uh, Jake, pretty good chance that we'll be playing in person again at Chris's. So,
Okay.
you might
You
want
could have texted
to.
me that.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to, but I just forgot. But I'm like, I'll see him tonight. So whatever. But yeah, since we're gonna still use Roll20 for like the character sheets and everything, you might want to borrow the laptop.
My phone works fine.
It does?
Yeah, because I have a 6-inch display.
Oh, okay. Well, if for whatever reason it's not working out too well, you can always take that, and I can let you borrow my my wireless mouse because the
Okay.
trackpad on that thing fucking sucks.
Hey, Vorm.
I think he said he'd be back in a second. He's going to the bathroom.
Okay, I was gonna say something really mean. I was gonna say, like, okay, good talk, dick. I wanted to ask him something of his infinite knowledge.
Alright, so based on what like also said, that we're talking about, so I guess we all left the Alchemists about 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
The party split. I don't know if you guys bothered to read the nonsense that we were doing in the text stuff. But I guess
skip.
Yeah, so when Ren finished that conversation, it was about 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just where where his timeline is at the moment.
Okay. Well, Octavian's still going to the Soldier's Rest with Elise, I believe her name was. Because
wait, I can't go to the cheese guy because I said I was going there with you.
well,
That's
you haven't
why-
gotten to me yet, so we could retcon that.
And that's how you're talking about, like, oh yeah, Deflator might go. I'm like, how does Deflator know what Varn is doing when he's off with Octavian?
Yeah, I mean,
I completely forgot about that. I was
Yeah,
so
well-
fucking tired last session.
here's the thing. We haven't gotten to me yet. We can always retcon it. It's fine. Deflator could be like walking. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go talk to the cheese, right? And Octavian will probably be like, okay, meet back at the shop.
Well, I think it's more of a thing of like I don't know that Varn is doing that right now.
But still, you could still go do that. That's still a character decision you can make.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I have literally like 2 bullet points to finish on my D&D notes for Sunday. Yeah. I literally have like 1 note to finish and like 1 guaranteed bit of dialogue that I have to write out.
There we go. All right.
Vorm, are you back?
No.
Okay.
I got a
Very convincing argument.
I got to jack Vorm's volume up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, something
Yeah,
happened to
me
my
too.
Discord settings too. That's weird.
Vorm, I had a question that I think you could answer with your infinite knowledge.
Possibly.
Possibly. I don't think the answer's 42. I did try that.
Fuck. All right, probably not then. Well, let's give it a
Okay.
shot. What do you got?
So, why in MMOs do most healer mains think they're fucking hot shit?
Because if it wasn't for them, the entire front line would die in a matter of seconds, and therefore, because they've got that wall of digital flesh in front of them, and they very rarely, more often than not, take any damage whatsoever. They get it in their skull that they're invincible and everybody else sucks. Therefore, they're standing there going and keeping them alive. And that's typically, as far as I understand, the reason why they think they're hot shit. Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Sorry,
Yeah.
I had my shitty moment of the day was going through a very, very bad female run. Killed the boss, but
Fun?
I wanted to blow my brains out the entire time.
Yeah. I've gotten to the point where I've grown so annoyed with most healers that I've taken up healing myself. Just because you're 100% correct. Most of them do think that they're hot shit. Meanwhile, I'm standing there going and running around the fucking map going and saying, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me!
Don't hit me.
But, I'm typically standing right in the middle of fucking combat, so that's
Yeah.
really not my issue. Because I'm so used
Cool
to
to
playing-
get those images like a Christmas when we.
But,
All right. Thank you for your words of wisdom.
it comes from having been there myself.
Thank you for that. Just made me think of like a goblin coming out of a pool, and it's like, thank you, goblin of the pool. What is your wisdom?
Well, as a group or as an individual, they're kind of dumb, but as a group, they know a lot.
Yeah.
Usually it's, what letter comes first in the alphabet, or something along those lines. It's very simple knowledge, but they know it, and they know it well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Can you guys...
now that you say that, it does sound like one of those fucking, give me your knowledge sort of things, like Scroll of Truth.
I'm having a good day, Leg. I hope you are too. Okay. Great.
Oh, you got it on server deafen. I'm like, wait a minute, why don't I hear the fucking bot?
Oh, what am I even doing here? Oh, no.
Stuff?
Glad you couldn't.
Possibly things, but I'm not sure.
There we go. All right. Shall I begin with the recap?
Sure.
Get through this. This is kind of a short one. I'm trying to keep these a little bit shorter. After slaying the Ankeg Queen and confronting the town's de facto mayor for coin, the party makes their way to the local inn for a respite. There they see a bard embellishing their deeds, collecting more coin for the party to split. Ren overhears two women speaking about Ix and follows them outside. There they explain that Baelite had come through town just ahead of them and had been recruiting forces to oppose the darkness. As the party's preparing to settle in, the blacksmith announces that a force from the hold is approaching. Ren secures their escape by paying the blacksmith to cause a distraction, but two paladins continue on. Varn urges Tufa to go at full speed, but the paladins are gaining. Suddenly, a familiar figure jumps into the road, offering to secure their escape. It was Mr. Hamilton, who the party helped weeks ago. He flags down the riders, giving them false information as the party escapes into the night. Arriving in Provost the next day, the party meets a halfling named Elos, who gives them generous hunks of cheddar on behalf of his employer, the Cheese Right, who has invited everyone to a dinner. Varn asks Elos about the whereabouts of both Stab and Lilmin, Barney Bafflestone's niece, who Varn is meant to meet. Making their way to the Forgotten Ingredient, the party meets Alis, the alchemist's daughter, who reports that her father is late returning. Alis directs the party to the docks to ask Elise, her older sister, where her father Gerard might be. They find Elise at the docks reviewing a shipment of alchemical ingredients. Elise concludes her business while an annoying goblin named annoyed goblin named Pockets and invites everyone to follow her to Depth's Rest, a local tavern where she agrees to help a halfling family find a missing relative, one Ander Lingenhall, who has gone missing, a name which the party found familiar. And Leg, thank you for the host. Upon returning to the shop, Elise finds a letter from her father indicating he has gone to right an old wrong, and they find a map unrolled on the desk. Octavian examines the map and realizes that he has gone to the Tower of Aelcerin, and the sisters explain that he was once a member of an adventuring party, the Hawks, who gained some notoriety in Baldur's Gate. As Octavian and Deflator go with Elise to find Ander Lingenhall, Ren stays to comfort Alis and enjoy a meal. Varn, meanwhile, rides Tufa into the Greens, a section of Provost known for its large goblin population, to find Stab and inquire as to his business dealings in the port. And what we did, I don't know how many folks saw it, but what we did a small bit in text was Ren went looking for... he ended up at... What did you do first, Ren? I forget.
What I did on stream was I went into the Looking Glass and I turned in my Spyglass for repair.
That's right.
But then I went to find either museum or collector of maritime artifacts, and I sold the club that Ren uses. It's a belaying pin from the Sunder, and he sold that. Then he made his way to what he thought was going to be a Temple of Soon. Turns out it's a whorehouse. And in his just in extreme annoyance on his way by, there's a weapon rack outside, and he just swiped a sword from it before making his way back, where he just had a meal and talked to Alis.
Yes, and at the same time, meanwhile, Varn in the Greens was able to find Stab. Varn, do you want to give us a quick overview of what you did, or if not, I can do it?
Let's see. I think I remember. So Varn stopped in, found Stab, went and figured out some of the details of, at least, pardon me if I'm wrong, but I believe he figured out some of the details of Stab's business, and found out that he has a business rivalry with the Cheese Right, whom he has asked Varn to go and talk to. Basically, he's trying to get the Cheese Right to go and leave him alone, and just let him kind of do his thing. To which Varn agreed, and then he kind of pried him for more information concerning Lilliman. And tried to go and weasel some information concerning armors and weapons from him as well. To which I think he annoyed him a little bit, so he got told the information, and he went searching for the shops in question. I believe. I could be way off, but...
Excellent. I believe that brought Varn and Ren up to 8-ish. So I think we would probably pick up with Octavian and Deflator making their way across town with Elise Renaud.
Sure.
Where are we right now?
So let's
Over there.
Let's see. So if you're making your way from the Alchemist shop to Soldier's Rest, that would take you kind of through the whole city. It'd be about a mile, roughly.
While we're walking through the markets, are there any, like, small stands that look like they're selling weapons?
Oh, plenty.
Plenty?
Certainly.
Okay. I look to Octavian, and I say, "Hey, watch this." And I'm gonna go up, and I'm gonna go up to a small weapon stand.
Okay.
Oh, and before I walk up, I pull out my glaive and put it on my back.
I know you're gonna do, you little shit.
I'm excited and scared. I'm scare-sighted.
So you would approach a small, like a cart, and it has a fabric awning over it with red and yellow stripes, and you would see a male dwarf there, and he would see you both approaching, and he would say, welcome, welcome, a bit of late night shopping. My wares are here for your perusal.
They're very nice, but I'm not interested in buying. I was wondering if you buy stuff.
He sort of strokes his long beard, which you notice is braided into 4 sections with some very colorful beads. And he says, well, certainly I'd be happy to look at what you have.
I pull the glaive off my back and hand it to him.
I assume as he touches this, he would probably notice right away that there was something very special about it.
He'd probably notice that it's magical.
Yes. He would say, a fine piece, a fine piece. Where did you come by it?
On the ground.
I found it.
This is not something, not idly would a weapon of this quality fall here in Provos, but it's not mine to ask.
Well, I mean, not on the ground in Provos.
No,
but...
it's not. Forgive me, it's not mine to question a customer. What price would one ask for something of this rarity?
I don't know, 25 gold.
He kind of looks around, sort of as if there's something very wrong here.
Actually, 5 silver. I like you. Tree
Fitty. Could you roll persuasion? And the reason is he's very suspicious that it's cursed.
Fuck!
No!
You fucking deserved it. You deserved it.
I did deserve that.
It's funny, if you had said like 100 gold, he probably would have said, oh, here you go. But he's just like 25 silver or whatever. He's kind of like, wait a minute. He says, all right, what's the game here? What's the catch? It's cursed, isn't it? Are you playing a trick? Don't like dwarves, is that it?
No, I was not trying to curse you. I was trying to play a trick, though. But you saw through it.
Is that damn that one leg?
That one. I got it out of the way at least.
Yes.
All right. You know what? Take the blade. I'll show you what the trick was. And I hold it out to him.
Okay, so he sort of very hesitantly reaches for it, and he says, you promise me 'tain't cursed?
It's not cursed, I promise.
He says, one time I had a halfling come through, sold me a short sword, and the first time I used it, my beard turned yellow and all the hair fell out the next morning, so I don't want to go through that again. So.
Oh, that's... Never heard of a curse like that.
Yes.
But, all right, here's the trick.
He very tentatively takes it, and he wields it.
All right, and I snap my fingers and have it disappear.
And he says, very good trick.
I just wanted to show that one that I could do something like that, but I fucked up.
It's okay. He actually says to you, you know what? I'll give you 5 silver for the laugh, and he hands you 5 silver coins.
I appreciate it. All right, I leave.
As you were doing
I fucking deserved that.
A couple of
and tries it again.
Yeah, I know. Well, you could walk 100 yards and try it again.
There's always next time.
Yes, there's always a bigger fish.
Damn it! I'm trying to sneak a Star Wars quote in. I'm trying to sneak a Star Wars quote in, and I fucked up. I missed my opportunity.
Excellent. So yes, go ahead.
I can't believe Alice just quoted the Phantom fucking Menace at me.
It's the best. It's like one of the best Star Wars movies to quote.
That's true.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll save that trick for a shitty fucking merchant.
Maybe.
Credits will do fine. No, they won't. All right, enough of that. Sorry. So as you make your way through the market district, Elise would say to you, "Come now, that's enough magic tricks. We'll have plenty of time for that later. We can cut right through Shattered Square."
Well, let's do it. Why do they call it Shattered Square?
She says, "Well, it's the Temple of Valkyr there, of course. It's every winter they have their ceremony. It's called the Shattering. So the square is named for Valkyr's festival, his holy day."
Oh, that's a cool story. I thought it was named after my ego after I fucked up that magic trick.
The Shatnering, yes, Shatner Square. That would be perfect.
Interesting.
Yeah. I saw William Shatner popped into the Star Trek Reddit and was just like, "Hey, how's it going?" the other day.
Oh, jeez.
Great. So, assuming you had no more business in the markets and you're following Elise.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you come through the square, you would see the Temple of Valkyr, which is actually not much to behold. It's a simple 2-story wooden building. It looks like it has very weathered siding, wooden siding, dark brown. That looks like it has faded a bit over the years. And at this time of night, there's only a few people, a few beggars out front, a few people milling about, and she would lead you straight through. She would lead you through a large square here, and then as you're walking through, you would cut into, you would have to pass through this gate right here, and she would say, "Follow me this way, it's not far now."
I keep following.
Yep. And she would say, and she would kind of huff a little bit as you go through Mongerton. You would notice the deeper you get in, just the smell of salt and kind of fish, both fresh and rotting, is kind of overwhelming here. And she would say, many of the fishermen, they have their homes here, and they have their carts as well.
It certainly does have a unique charm to it. Kind of like crimping my nose a little bit.
Yes. So as you pass your way past Mongerton, you notice that the buildings, they get a little bit more spread out. Making your way down the road, you could make out a rough wooden fence sort of marking the border around this camp. Smoke drifts upward from various points as the people sort of weave around each other in every direction. Many smaller tents and structures are punctuated by 3 large buildings in this section. Elise would slow down and she would sort of point and she would say, to the left here is a medical tent where volunteers and healers tend to the sick and the wounded. There's a woman who works there, calls herself the Dawnbringer. She points to a second large permanent structure and says these are temporary quarters for recent arrivals from Gion or overseas. Also, people who are simply passing through and would like an affordable bed for the night. They can stay here. And then the third building, it's the closest to where you're standing, has walls largely made up of canvas wound around timber meeting at an angle at the top. It forms the outline of a roof, which is covered across with nearly 2 feet of thatch. On the outside, the image of a shield with the symbol of Vanador is sewn into the canvas. It's here that several dozen people are sulking around. They're sitting, writing on bits of parchment, some waiting patiently with bowls for what looks like someone seems to be making a large pot of stew. And Elise says, we can ask here. We'll see if anyone has seen Mr. Lingenhall.
Would I know, since Octavian when he passes through Provost, pretty much always stops at Soldier's Rest because of, they're his people. Would I know who this Dawnbringer is, or are they a more recent addition to this area?
She would have been here for a few years.
Okay.
I'm sure. Yes, I mean, I'm sure if you had spent any time here, that you would have met.
Okay. Well, put a pin in that.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. Imagine very easy to get through the crowd with me there.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's thick, but certainly people milling about. As you get closer, one person would sort of look up and make eye contact with you, Octavian. You see he's brandishing his shield. Appears very similar to yours, not quite as ornate or polished. It's made of vertical planks of wood wrapped in leather, kind of bound on the edges with a type of hide. The symbol of the Vanadorian army is still visible, having been painted with great care long ago. He looks up and looks over and notices Elise, and he smiles and he says, "Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'd asked Tyr to send me a just maiden with whom I could share his glory, and like that, you appear. But it appears as though you have a god with you this evening."
That she does.
Elise would smile to you, and she would look back to the man and say, "Well, perhaps Tyr could help you in my quest." And he would say, "Of course, miss, if it be Tyr's will, I'll see it done." And she looks to Octavian and Deflator, and she says, "My friends and I were wondering if you had seen a halfling named Ander Lingenhall or his family." The soldier, he strokes his impressive beard, which is braided in two sections, and he says, "Halflings, eh? Seen some halflings. They were trying to grow some kind of plant. Called it an heirloom of some sort. I think they set up a camp over by the trees, about a half-mile northeast they were." And he points along, I don't know if you can see that ping, he points along the road in that direction. He says to follow that road.
Can I roll an inside check?
Sure. He says, "I didn't catch their names, though." It looks like he's being truthful.
I expected that totally to be a lie.
Really? No. Elise would say, "Did they look like a family?" And the man, he sort of thinks for a second, and he says, well, they weren't here too long. They must have been a bit short on time." And with that, a few of the people behind him, they start kind of chuckling.
I just narrow my eyes at him.
Yes, Elise does the same. It would look to you both like it's taking every ounce of her self-control to not smack the man.
I kind of let out a chuckle, and I looked to Octavian like, "Help."
So yes, she kind of rolls her eyes and she says, "Well, thank you for your help. Enjoy your day." And she kind of frowns. And actually at this, a human male would come out from this building. He has a long gray robe. He steps forward and he says, "Come now, friends. Don't you know Miss Elise? She's done more here than the Han ever did. May he rest in peace." And he gives her a nod and a smile. He says, "You tell her what she needs to know, or perhaps she'll skip your tents next time you've complaints." The first soldier sort of, he's playing with the beads, holding his braids, and he says, "All right, Miss Elise, there were some young'uns. Tried to get them to smile with a joke, but it appears as though it went right over their heads." And they all start laughing again. And Elise looks like she's about to jump the man and beat the shit out of him.
I'm gonna intimidate him again. I'm gonna glare very hard. There we go. Glare very hard. A little bit of glow in the eyes. Just
yes.
And kind of like move the shield a little bit just so he can see, because it's still fairly polished after our stint in Haverhill. So just kind of, because mine's all metal, so it, on the front, so it's a lot nicer than his.
Yes. He now realizes who you are, and his kind of jaws open, and he says, I meant nothing by it, Praetor. And the man in gray looks at you and he says, Octavian.
Indeed. Do
He's-
I know this man?
Yes.
Do I recognize him?
Yes, it's Felix, former proconsul of Albia.
Felix, I hope you are well.
And he says, I am doing as well as I can, keeping this rabble in check. And he sort of taps the man on the shoulder who was making the jokes, and he says, I believe some of the stew pots need scrubbing. Find something to busy yourself, would you? And he says, and he sort of nods.
I look to the former soldier, and I just look to him and say, just because Vanador no longer stands does not mean you should not. That does not mean you should abandon your honor as one of her soldiers.
At that, he kind of grunts and he says, I understand. He says, I meant nothing by it. Moments of happiness are rare. I was just trying to find some levity. Forgive me.
It is fine. Just know your audience.
And with that, Felix turns to Elise and says, you will forgive him, Miss Elise. I'm sure Captain Marcellus meant no disrespect. We have such little chance for joy these days. I'm sure you'll forgive his ill-timed attempt at a jest. And Elise would say, we'll be on our way. Find better ways to receive joy in this life, would you? And Felix kind of gives her a look, and then he kind of looks back at you, Octavian, and then his eyes go over to Deflator and say, appears as though you have a few new traveling companions from the last time we saw you, Praetor.
These are only 2 of them, but they all have other things that they are getting to. I figured I would escort Miss Elise here and stop by and see how my country is doing.
He says, if you all have a moment for a second, could we speak in private?
Sure. I mean, as long as nobody else objects.
He would hold the door open. Elise would actually say, not right now. I'm going to ask around the camp a little bit just to see if anyone else knew anything. But when you're done, we can decide if we want to go look for them tonight or not.
Sure. We'll meet back here.
Yes.
I'll go with Octavian.
Excellent. As you enter, you would see that it's a simple wooden building. The floorboards appear to be some sort of roughly polished oak. There's a large wooden table in the middle. You would see some scrolls scattered about. And he would say, Octavian, tell me, is it true what I've heard? I've heard rumors of someone bearing our standard on the road who has been getting in a bit of trouble lately.
Well, first off, keep in mind I did not wear the capelet when we jumped the archivist's cart. So
That's true.
I mean, that's true, but we've done other things.
That's all. I know. I just want to make sure that that's one of the things that is not being discussed. So
No.
I just look to him and say,
Yeah,
Felix, that depends on your definition of trouble.
Wait, at this he laughs. And he would look to Deflator and say, forgive me, Felix, former proconsul of Albia, before the fall, of course. And he gives you a very deep bow, Deflator.
now a proconsul basically means he was like what, the mayor of the town or something?
Yeah, he was like a governor.
Okay, it's like a governor. Okay.
Yeah, so he would oversee things. So as far as I know, the praetor would be the ranking member if there was not a proconsul there. So the praetor is more military, and the proconsul was more political.
Yeah, the praetors were more of a like elite military fighting force,
Right.
that directly served the emperor.
Yeah.
Like their leadership were like
Vader's fist.
Yeah.
yeah, basically Vader's fist, the Knights of Ren if they weren't shitty.
Yeah.
You know, but they were fairly numerous as far as as far as the force goes. We're not talking like a couple dozen dudes. We're talking like a couple hundred.
Right.
So, but they were all selected. Nobody ever trained to be one. It was an honor to become one.
Of course.
So, anyways,
I bow back and I say, I'm Deflator. I don't have any fancy titles.
He would say, spend enough time with Octavian, and I'm sure he'll come up with something suitable.
Well, Felix, there are troubling things here on this island, and unfortunately, I've gotten roped into a lot of them.
He would say, the last thing I heard was that there was a rumor of a praetor. I assume it was you, and a group. It did include someone of your description, miss, and he gives Deflator a nod. And he would say, who caught several elves who attempted to destroy the Holy Justice in Arvis. But the rumors
Felix.
Yes.
All right. That word elf, replace it with a slightly shorter race called humans.
Yes.
They were not elves.
He would say, yes, I've heard this as well, and to hear it from you, I now believe it.
Yes, we were interrupted in our interrogation of one of them by none other than was it Grand or High Archivist?
Grand.
The Grand Archivist himself.
I think he's
whom I believe is in league with. Well, you have heard the news coming out of Hannenhold, yes?
He would say, yes, I've heard that the Queen is awaiting trial.
It's a farce.
I expected as much.
The High Abbot is in a grab for power now that the king is dead.
And he would say, and are there none who would oppose him?
All who did have their heads on pikes along the road.
And he sort of nods and he says, the leaders of Provost care much more for money and coin than power. There are enough of us here that we could muster a reasonable fighting force, but we are not an army.
They have paladins on their side, holy warriors with abilities blessed to them by gods, though misguided they are. Each of them is probably worth at least 10 men. At least.
He would say, yes.
Or one of me. And I'd give a little smile.
At this, he would laugh and he would say, you don't have to convince me.
Besides, I have more pressing matters to attend to at the moment, but it may come to that.
He would say then, please know that you always have an ally here, and anything I can do, you must only ask, Octavian.
I know, but we are but outsiders in this place. It would not be wise for Vanadori soldiers who have no right or claim to anything here to stand up for it. It would be nothing but outlaws in the eyes of most other people. If we are going to raise our shields in defense of what is truly just, then we must do it alongside those who own this land. So unless we can get all of Provos behind it, then there is nothing to be done at the moment. The only thing that can be done is to keep that poison from spreading into the city. If anybody who says they work for the abbot, the group called the Vigilant, or the High Archivist themselves, they are to be turned away. I know you can only do so much here, but I will be spreading this message to whoever I can.
He nods.
And I would ask that you do as well.
Yes, he nods and he says, there have actually been some young men who have come through trying to recruit for the Vigilant, but they found none willing here.
Good. But they should be barred from entering the city.
He'd say, "I've lived in Provost for many years, and I can tell you that it is a beast unto itself. It's very temperamental. Trying to control this port would be like trying to capture. It would be like trying to control a hurricane. It's just not possible."
Well, that at least tells me that for me and my companions, it is at least moderately safer here than anywhere else.
He'd say there's only one thing that could bring this city to its knees, and that would be if the trade stopped. Once the money and the coin stops flowing through, those who are controlling things would likely go elsewhere, leaving the free people here to the whims of whoever stepped in.
Right, and with over half of the continent at this point slowly collapsing and becoming more isolated from the rest, I fear something like that is on the horizon to an extent. But we have time. I do not think we are in dire need of action at the moment, but preparations should be made.
He would nod and say, "I will make sure that if the call comes, we're ready. Let me know. Please, come back and talk to me if you learn any more."
Absolutely. You've always been a good friend, Felix, and you have done much for the people here when no one else will, so you have my thanks.
He smiles and gives you both a very deep bow.
Well, is there anything else you wish to discuss? I think we have a missing persons case to get on.
He said, "Then I will hold you no longer." He'd say, the city says many things. There are many rumors. It's hard to know what to believe. But one thing is sure, that there's trouble brewing across the water. I'm trying to discover what it is. I'm wondering...
What sort of trouble?
Well, I'm wondering if what the Grand Archivist is doing, now that I know he's trying to stir up trouble with the elves, I'm wondering for what end. I fear we have both seen enough of war. Is it not true, Octavian?
Yes, but unfortunately for people in my line of work, war is simply a lifestyle in a way. I have tried to walk away from it before, and here I am, back in it again, in a way.
Yes, he would say, in my time managing the lands surrounding Albia, I learned many things, and there are many ancient treaties that few remember, and I fear that if the abbot was able to be able to find a reason to make war on the elves, they would be able to call in old allies. And
What sort of allies?
The dwarves, perhaps, perhaps the gnomes in Gion, the different clans. I would fear what that would mean in the north.
Not good. The children, we have encountered some of these elven representatives, mostly those who call themselves children of Ix. Well-meaning people, a bit zealous as far as I can tell, but harmless. Not the sort of zealotry that the abbot employs.
Yes, they have a small camp set up towards the west of Port's End. Perhaps you saw them when you came into town.
I believe we did, but we were in a hurry to get behind the walls.
Yes.
Do you know if a woman by the name of Belate is among them?
Oh, I believe she is their leader. If she's in town, I do not know, but generally she is among them.
We encountered them along the road, and it was a very strange encounter that claimed the lives of some of her people. We managed to fell what was causing the problem, but
and
I think we can count on them should things come to blows.
His face sort of loses some of its color, and he says, elves have been slain on this soil?
As far as I can tell, not by the hands of the abbot's men. It seems some sort of... What would you describe the lady... How would you describe the lady that we fought who had the shadow hounds.
Yeah, just a sorcerer.
Did they like kind of grayish skin, kind of like kind of neutral color features?
No, she was very human looking.
Okay.
Sort of normal skin, normal features, but just she was able to turn herself into almost like a silhouette where no light could penetrate.
Well, it was strange. She appeared to be a human woman in a way, but had these dark shadow powers. I am not much of a person who understands magic. I know what it is capable of at a basic level, but it's strange things that caused people to wither and die around her. Darkness that not even my eyes could see through, and summoned these horrible hounds to her side and emanated shadow and breathed fire. Strange things.
He looks very, very, very troubled by this. He would turn to Deflator and say, if you'll forgive me, I see you carry no heavy weaponry or shield, but yet you travel with Octavian, so you must... would it be safe to infer that you're that you know of the arcane?
I know of the arcane. I'm not as in tune with it as, you could say, a wizard or somebody who was born with that power. But I do carry heavy weaponry, and I, fade it into existence.
Ooh.
Actually, I do have a shield on me, because I have that, what's that shield called?
The animated shield.
Yeah, the animated shield.
Oh, yeah. Are you wearing that on your back, or do you kind of hold it in your
Yeah,
hand?
probably.
Okay.
I don't really have a bag of holding, so.
Okay. Right. So he would say, and what do you make of this? What?
Well,
yes.
I've never seen anything like it, but my attunement with the arcane is not necessarily strong enough to determine what it was, just based on my knowledge. It seemed otherplanar, though.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but Belate had said that something about the Shadowfell and how that stuff, things have been seen on the mainland
Right.
before.
Okay. I forgot about that.
It, in general, seemed otherplanar-like, and then Belate herself had confirmed that.
He's sort of like stroking his chin, and he says, "Troubling indeed. I knew things. I knew there was much trouble to be had, but I didn't know it was like this."
If I'm remembering correctly, I believe this woman we saw was at the side of the Grand Archivist when he interrupted our interrogation. I believe she was after one of my companions who made a poor judgment call in the moment, but we managed to get out of it fairly okay.
Although if he had one shot him, it would have been a great judgment call.
Yeah, it would have, but I don't like he might be a wizard or a sorcerer, but he's still got he's probably got a couple more hit die than Varn can take out in one hit.
Well, so yes, at this
Maybe with sharpshooter with his sharpshooter ability now, I don't know, but
Felix would look very troubled indeed, and say, if the archivist has this type of power at his disposal, I don't think that there's anything that we can do that can stand against him. And he looks very kind of hopeless. He's looking down.
He may have powerful allies, and he might be a skilled mage, but he is still a man. Men can be beheaded. I have seen it many times. He only needs to be challenged in a specific way, but that is not of my most immediate concern. To me, I see this man as perhaps... Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. But something tells me that perhaps the archivist, call it gut instincts, I see more of an opportunist in him than a zealot. I do not think him a...
Octavian.
Hmm?
He's involved in politics in Hannon. Of course he's an opportunist.
Right, but what I'm saying is, when it came down to it, loyalty to the abbot or his own goals, I think he would choose his own goals over the abbot. But that is dependent on what his own goals are. Regardless, he is an enemy. To what extent, I am unsure. But that is not something that we can deal with now. It is only something that we must be aware of. Do not fret, Felix. If Provost is as safe as you say, then I do not think they would be foolish enough to march here with the ramshackle militia that they have, paladins or no.
Felix looks very troubled, but as he looks up at you, Octavian, he kind of looks in your eyes, and it appears he takes a little bit of comfort. And he says, "I will be here. I will think this over and see what I can find. But please stay safe, old friend." And he kind of puts his hand on your shoulder.
I will. And if you can find anything out, or at least point me in the direction of anybody who might know more about these treaties, that might be something that my allies would be very interested in denying the abbot's possession of.
He would say, "I believe."
The less allies he has, the weaker he can become.
He would say, "Many of us here cannot fight, but we can certainly study history, and we have many tomes and scrolls. If there's something to be found, rest assured we will unearth it."
Very well. If you do find something, let me know, or send word to what is the name of the shop? The Forgotten Ingredient. We have allies there. They will be able to hold messages for us.
He would say, "Miss Elise, of course. And how is her sister and their father?"
That brings us to our other matter of concern. There is something going on with her father. He has left the city, it seems, to right an old wrong in a foolish attempt. And we are going to secure passage in some way to stop him, or at least ensure that he is okay.
He would look upset at this, and he'd say, "Oh, he has not gone east, has he, towards the hold?"
No, I do not think he has gone east in that direction, but I think he is going east in another direction, northeast perhaps, along the island. We must speak with somebody who owns a ship docked in port, and we will be doing that tomorrow. Hopefully, if they can be counted on as an ally, perhaps they would be able to secure us transport over to his destination. I imagine a ship would be far faster than him, even if he was on horseback.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe the area we need to get to is accessible by sea. At the very least, get on one of the rowboats and head to the shore. And we'd be able to cut him off, or at least meet him.
Mm-hmm.
It is a work in progress, but we have things that we are taking care of now. We have only been in the city for, I don't know, half a day at this point. I think a lot of things are happening.
He would nod and say, "Then I shall hold you no further, but please, if you do sail, make sure the captain is good. The passage to Vardis is safe these days, but as you know, the waters to the north have always had a mind of their own."
Right. Well, we will do that.
And what he's referring to is both a historic problem that you would be aware of. I believe you both would be aware of. Very dangerous to approach the north shore there by Arundel and by the forest. It's very rocky, and it's not very hospitable. And then, of course, the problems near Aronsport with the constant storms.
Right. Well, hopefully, if we stay close to the shoreline on that, we can at least ensure that we're not gonna get hit by a rogue wave or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's something we'd have to discuss with the captain. Octavian's not a maritime guy.
No, it's He would say, "I certainly hope one of your friends has experience on the seas as well. You would be in good hands if so."
That we do, actually. Interesting fellow. Perhaps next time you'll meet him.
With that, he would motion for you towards the door and say, "I shall keep you no longer. It was good talking with you both." And he gives Deflator a deep bow and says, "Very well met."
I will give him a kind of traditional like salute, not like a hand on your temple, more like a kind of You ever seen Attack on Titan, Ellis?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, they do the soldiers do a salute where they place their fist over their heart.
Okay.
And Octavian kind of does something like that.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And then we'll just wait for Elise to come back.
Yes. As you're exiting the tent, you see her actually coming back. And she would say, good. She would say, "I heard from another one of the men here that the Lingenhall family was here. They had a wee one with them, a baby they brought in for some colic to the Dawnbringer. And they got some herbs from her, and then they continued along the road."
Well, then let's go see if we can find them.
She would look to both of you and say, "Should we go now?"
Well, no time like the present.
Okay. So as you are heading on the road out of town, she would lead you through Soldier's Rest to the road, and you would see that the houses sort of begin to thin out as the road goes up a hill onto a ridge, and you would see a small settlement about a mile down the road on the left. And as that comes into view, should we check in with Varn?
Sure.
Great.
We need to go to the bathroom anyways.
Yeah. Are you there for him?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. So we had a lovely interaction where you met our illegal arms dealing, con man, drug dealing half elf who also sells deer jerky.
Along with another black market deer goblin.
Yes, I don't want to aggravate you. I've actually got you on 200. Is it just me, or is Vorm a little hard to hear?
Give me a second here.
Sorry, yeah, I can hear you. It's just a little low. You might be having the same issue I have sometimes with my mic.
Yeah, I have Vorm at 200, and he's hard to hear sometimes too.
I've actually my drink is just across the room. I'm just gonna go grab it.
There we go. Any better?
Oh, much better.
Yeah, my input went and dropped to 102% rather than maxed out like it used to be.
Okay. There we go.
I'm back.
All right. Vorm messed with his input volume on his end, so you should be able to lower him down to a reasonable volume.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, I'm here. Hello.
All right. So we had you met this half elf who sold you some deer jerky. He actually purchased your splint and sold you some brand new hide armor. And you also paid him a deposit for a custom crossbow, heavy crossbow that he's working on.
If I remember right, I think I owe him an additional 40
I think so, yeah.
when I get back. Yeah. All right. Just checking.
Yeah, because you sold him the splint, which was worth a good amount.
But now, did I have to wait for the armor too?
No, he had the
I just
armor.
want to make sure that my sheet's correct.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I was going to say. All right. Let me get that added in here correctly then.
Great. I don't know if you're there, Cobra. Ren is taking a bath, I believe. Excellent.
Sewing up the patches in his robes.
Yes.
He's not even wearing those anymore at the moment.
I know, but it's like, hey, if I'm not wearing them, I might as well fix them.
I'm sure. I
Lavender
can.
oil.
Sorry, what?
So he's got some lavender oil going, some bubbles.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, Alis is an alchemist, so she would have all the best herbs and things like that, and also probably handy with a repair if you needed anything sewn.
She'll crack at the robes, that'd be fine.
Certainly. She would have said to you that something to keep her hands busy, something to keep her mind off her worries, and she would just be probably very happy to have something to work on to keep her mind occupied.
That's not stitching. That frees your mind up. That's terrible.
What's that?
Not stitching. Stitching frees your mind up to go and focus on other shit.
I picture she was probably pacing around nervously, and this gives her something to sit down and focus on.
Yeah, maybe.
That is in the washroom at the shop. What is the bath?
It's a serious fucking hit to my armor class, though.
Well, what is it? 2 or 1?
Dropped me 3 actually. It's only a 14.
From splint to hide, it dropped you 3.
Nope.
Oh, the oil systems.
I mean, they don't have to go all the way to the shop. Ren
17.
does have his own soap. Yes, that is in his inventory.
Yeah, Hyde has an armor class of 12 actually.
Okay.
Whatever.
And
It is what it is.
Ren.
Well, hide is 12 plus your dex, though, so you can add your
Yeah,
dex to it.
but you've got a max of +2.
Oh, really? For hide? Huh.
That's true.
Yeah. All armor is a +2
Yeah, so 14.
max.
Except for like leather and studded leather, I think.
I don't think so.
I think so. Hold on, I'm gonna double check that. You guys keep going.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Ren very quickly while he's taking his bath. Don't try anything. You're not Alis's type. Okay, great. So.
Yeah, leather is 11 plus your dex modifier, no max. Same with
really?
padded, and studded leather is 12 plus your dex.
Oh, that sucks. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I think the medium armors are the only ones that have a max of 2.
that sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Whatever.
you wanna, when you go back, or you can purchase something different in the markets for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, always swap it out.
Yeah.
You know, hide armor's 10 gold pieces. It looks like, at least based on the base price of it.
Mhm.
So, swapping out for some studded leather, especially if you owe the guy 40 gold, not that big a deal.
Yeah. Either way.
I just want to say, you're the one that keeps throwing women in my characters. It's not them seeking it out. So
I know.
maybe take a look at yourself in the mirror.
Bruh.
Excellent. So you're probably about where I put Tufa's token, roughly. So you would have to ride south a bit along the wall, and then you could enter actually right near the Forgotten Ingredient to cut right into the cheese quarter, if that is your destination.
That is where he is going.
I feel like right about now it's probably about 8 o'clock, and that brings us to, after the conversation with Felix and Ren, talking to Alis, and now he's in the bath. I feel like everybody's on the same time right now. It's probably about 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the closest side. That's where we'd be going.
Great. So is Varn riding on Tufa's back?
Yes, he is.
Great. So you would ride through the rest of the greens, and you would see, this time of night, you would certainly see many people sort of standing outside their homes, playing different instruments. You would see different people playing games, small children of different races running about. Certainly, a good bit of noise. Seems like a very vibrant neighborhood. You would see some people folding up their wares, different fruits, vegetables, different supplies and things. Starting to kind of pack things up as the sun has certainly gone down a while ago, so it's very dark, and now the streets would be lit primarily by lanterns and torches, things like that. As you pass through the gate, there are a couple of guards there. They don't pay you much attention, and you would actually see to your left, you would see the forgotten ingredient. The first floor would be dark, but you would see lights on the second floor, and you can just picture Ren having a soak in the tub if you like.
I will avoid that.
Going into the right, you would see that there is a very nice cobblestone street which runs between the two districts, cutting into the cheese quarter. You would see a couple of smaller buildings, rather fine homes, but there is one very large building which would stand out. You would notice that it had gilded columns that seemed to stretch up about 4 stories. As stained glass runs the length of the building, it leads the eye to a set of silver doors with looks like handles that have rubies on the tops and bottoms. There's a sign out front that says Port Cheese Right, and you would see clear glass windows on the first story, and inside it's very well lit, and there's people milling about as you approach.
All right, yeah. Varn would essentially just approach the building slowly at a quite canter. Just kind of taking his time because he does know that he's early at this point. So Varn is going to go and kind of just skirt around the outer edge and see, just kind of go around the building, check for possible escape routes in the event that shit goes direly wrong.
As you make a loop of the building, you would see that front facade is certainly the most ornate, but around the sides, the stained glass continues. The column, there's a large sort of the columns are on each of the 4 corners, more white in color on the corners in contrast to the ones on the front framing the door, which were more gilded. It appears as though they had been painted gold. And then looking for escape routes, you would see certainly numerous windows on every wall, and a few side doors and things on the first level.
So is this house like surrounded by an outer wall, or is it kind of
nope.
like it? No, it's just kind of
Yep.
fancy
Yes.
house on the street. Okay.
Right. It is surrounded by other buildings which look like they might be other people's homes and different shops and things.
Okay. All right.
They're kind of close together as well. The large cobblestone street that ran between the two districts was reasonably wide, perhaps 10 feet. But here the streets are much closer, and carriages that are passing, it seems as though it would be very difficult for 2 to pass, and you might see someone on horseback who kind of pulls over to the side to let a carriage pass and things like that, because the streets are more narrow.
Okay. All right. So you're probably talking more than 10 foot for the narrow streets then. All right.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Around the area, what else is there? Like, is this a fairly well-to-do kind of merchant district, or like merchant area, or is this kind of more of a merchant household sort of area?
Right. So you see what would appear to, if you were riding around, you would see what would appear to be a lot of private homes, private residences, but you would see some businesses set up, not like in the market district where it's very clear, that there's a blacksmith or there's an alchemist and there's, a tailor, things like that. There's signs in some of the windows that indicate more services, things like painting, masonry, carpentry, things like that. It seems like more tradespeople. And more services, things like that, as well as some doctors, dentists, things like that, different healers, bloodletters, things like that, sort of spread about. So you're noticing that it's less about selling wares and more about services in this area.
Okay. All right. It's 8 o'clock. Are any of these businesses currently open?
So I want to actually tell you, I actually made a mistake. I was kind of the Cheese Rights invitation was for 10. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had been building this in my head that right now it would be about that time. So certainly, we can. It was hard to keep track of like how long it would really take Octavian to talk to Felix and things like that. But yes, so it appears as though nothing's really open right now.
Okay. So it is closer to 10
If that's okay, I think we probably say it's probably a little after 9. Or...
When we had been going and chatting, doing the other stuff, I think we'd gone and kind of figured that it was around like 9:30 or so when he left the arms dealer there.
Okay.
And like in my thought process, it would be like about 10 o'clock when he like simply pulled up.
Yes.
Having to weave all the way through everywhere.
Yes.
So yeah, he was just fucking around going and getting it. Either way.
Great.
So yeah, he pulls up to the and while he was going around, was there like a clear place that like horses were stabled or anything along those lines?
Yes. So along the side of the building, you would see an area where you see a few horses tied up to a post, and there is a young boy sort of sitting near them who appears to be minding them.
Okay. So Varn would ride up to the boy, and would slowly get off Tufa, and he would approach the boy. What race is the boy?
He's a human.
So as he goes and approaches, the Varn would go and kind of call out to him and say, "Little human boy."
He would look up. He sort of looks at Varn, and then he looks at Tufa and he says, "Golly, mister, that's a big badger."
Varn looks at Tufa and goes and says, "How big are they usually?" And he goes and like stretches his arms out and kind of all the way out and kind of shrinks him down like 6 inches or so and stretches it back out and goes, because he's confused as to what he's talking about. I don't think he's ever seen a small badger.
And the boy just kind of looks confused and he says, "For a silver piece, I'll keep an eye on him. I'll tie him up for you."
Varn kind of goes and watches, or kind of glares at him suspiciously and goes and says, "One."
And he nods.
Okay. And he goes and pulls out a silver piece and hands it to the boy.
He takes a look at the silver piece. He kind of rubs it on his sleeve a little bit, looks at it, and he puts it in his he has like a little pouch on his belt, and he goes up to Tufa very slowly and tries to kind of give her a little scratch behind the ear and kind of grabs the rope or the reins or whatever and kind of tries to pull her over into position.
Tufa goes and kind of shoves her nose into the boy's chest, sniffing him. It probably pushes him back a good foot or two while sniffing.
This would knock the boy back a little bit. He kind of loses his footing, and he kind of laughs, and he says, come on, girl, be good, be good."
Yeah, she kind of steps back and kind of puts her head down closer to the ground, and she kind of looks around his side. Is there like a hay bale or something like that? I'm assuming.
Yes.
So Tufa would go over and essentially kind of just bury herself under the hay bale. And start trying to take a nap.
Excellent. The boy would, as Tufa's doing this, would just kind of do his best to wrap the rope, the lead around a post nearby.
Varn just kind of shakes his head. You don't need to do that. If she want to go, she's gonna go.
He kind of looks nervously at you, and he kind of starts scratching his head. He's just kind of looking between Varn and Tufa.
It's only let it. She gonna chew through that, no problem. But she napping now. She should be fine.
He says, "All right, Mister, if you say so."
Varn goes and kind of thinks for a second, puts his pack down, and pulls out a piece of that jerky, or a section of that jerky, and hands it to the boy and said, "If she gets antsy, give."
Oh, is that why you wanted the deer jerky for Tufa?
No, but basically going and telling the boy, "Look, if she starts causing problems, bribe." Basically, it's just to go and keep her from misbehaving.
Got it.
But and how many pounds worth of bacon was that, or jerky? Was it like a pound? Maybe.
Maybe 2 or 3 pounds.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he'd give him maybe a quarter of a pound or something.
Okay.
So once he's satisfied with that, Varn goes away towards the door. As he gets there, he pauses and kind of looks around with his hand kind of raised up, about to knock.
So are you going up to the sort of like the main front door?
Yeah.
Yep. So you would actually notice that it's open, sort of like a shop, so you can just walk right in.
Odd, but okay. Varn takes one step inside and knocks on the door anyway. Does anybody respond to that?
To the knock? No. If you were looking in through the window, you would see people sort of milling about. There's people shopping. You would actually see like a long counter with a glass case full of every kind of cheese you could think of, and it's a little busy right inside the door. It would be kind of like going up to, like a deli, and you knock on the door. The guy behind the counter is
okay.
The guy behind the counter is like, what? So they would notice you, and they kind of just give you a wave and say, is there something wrong with the door?
It's open.
And they just kind of give you a look.
It's supposed to be open?
At this, one of the assistants would hold his finger up to one of the customers, come around from behind the counter, walk over, open the door, bumping you a little bit, and look and say, "What's your problem, mate?"
I didn't know doors supposed to be open. Meat's supposed to have meat with cheese man.
We got no meat here, only cheese.
Yeah, meat with cheese man. Varn already got meat. Now meat with cheese man.
Oh, you brought the meat with you? You're gonna make a sandwich, are you?
Not bad idea. I got. Where's cheese right? White. Right. Where's the big cheese man?
He kind of.
Varn needs to speak with him.
He sort of looks around and he says, "You're here to meet with the cheese, right?"
That's what Varn said. Yes.
Oh, and then he kind of he looks around. He says, "Just a moment," and he goes over behind the counter and he kind of disappears into a door. And now there's a woman he was helping who's now seems very impatient. She kind of shoots you a look, Varn, and kind of huffs.
Varn just kind of gives it kind of a "what the fuck's your problem, Karen?" Kind of look.
God.
Yeah, that's right. I pulled that one out.
And at this, you would see a slightly older gentleman be let out by the first person who opened the door for you, gives you a look and says, "Do you have an invitation? Are you here to meet with the cheese, right?"
Yes. I don't have paper though.
He would say, "Right this way," and he would bring you through a set of double doors into what looks like sort of like a foyer, and he would say, "Would you have a seat, Master Goblin?"
Penny, which one?
And he would gesture to a bench which is sitting along the long wall.
Okay. I take that one with me when I go.
So he would sit, and then he goes down the hall behind another set of double doors. And after a moment or two, he comes back, and he says, "Right this way, Master. Please forgive me." And
Am I bringing bench with me too?
he says, "No, you can leave that there. There's other seating available."
Oh, okay. This one's a little lumpy. He gets up and follows along behind.
Yes, so he leads you down to the end of the hall, and he says he stops and he says, "I assume you have your crossbow on you?"
Yes, it's on his back.
He says, "You'll have to leave this here. You don't mind, do you?"
Varn kind of gives him a very suspicious look and kind of takes it off his back slowly, hugging it. And then very slowly sets it on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And goes and he gives him kind of one of those very suspicious, very "you fucking touch that, I'm gonna shoot you with it" kind of looks. Like he's very concerned that he's gonna come back out and it's not gonna be there.
He would pick it up very gently, and you would notice a rack, some different hooks, and you see some different cloaks and some other types of weapons sort of hung up there. And he would very carefully put it on the wall, and he would say, "It'll be right here when you need it."
How high off the floor is it?
8 feet. No, I'm just kidding. About 3 feet.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Varn should be able to acquire that if he needs it. All right, so yeah, Varn goes and follows along behind him. Kind of, he's constantly checking over his shoulder, watching the crossbow, until it's out of sight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming.
Yes. So he would lead you through another set of double doors.
So as he gets to the doors, he kind of goes and pulls one of those. You know how you keep walking and you just kind of lean back.
I know exactly what you're doing.
To watch whatever. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going in. And then he gets too far and he takes a step back and checks.
And it's gone.
And then slowly goes and follows along behind him.
Yes.
So if someone's going to pull a Ren and just swipe it on their way out.
Yeah. I would not want to be that person.
No, Varn does have a pair of axes yet, so yeah, not smart.
He also has a large badger which bites.
Yeah, he does have that too.
So as you enter, you would see a red rug on the floor, different tapestries along the wall, paintings of different beasts, including one which would catch your eye of a tiger with red stripes right behind what looks like a large sort of golden table. Behind it you see a large man, sort of balding. Looks like he's probably in the neighborhood of 300 pounds or so. He's sitting behind this table. He has on what looks like a rather heavy red cloak, which is over like a yellow jerkin, sort of, and he has numerous rings, sort of like a thin bit of like a goatee almost, and on either side of him in the corners you would see in one corner a half-orc wearing chainmail holding a two-handed sword, is kind of eyeing you, and on one side of the room you would actually see a quartet of musicians. They're playing softly in one corner, sort of like chamber music, and you see on the other side actually a female tabaxi is performing some sort of an interpretive dance in another corner.
Okay.
The table that this man's sitting at seems to be carved out of marble, and on the top there's runes on it which are inlaid in what looks sort of like onyx. As you enter, he would stand and say, "Welcome to Provos. I'm so glad you've come. My friend, please." And he gestures for you to take a seat at the table.
Varn kind of before he goes and stands, Varn kind of tugs on the steward's I'm assuming coattails.
Yes.
And goes and says, "How come he gets to keep his?"
He just kind of looks at you, and then he looks at the cheese right and kind of shrugs. And
Varn scowls at him and then goes and kind of looks up as the cheese right goes and addresses him. Varn attempts to go and pull off as close to a human bow as he can. I think he's done it maybe once.
yes.
So I don't know how eloquent this is going to be. I'm going to assume that's a performance role.
Sure.
So let's see how well he does.
Sounds good to me. Okay. You perform what looks like a very serviceable bow.
Yes. Fuck yeah. So yeah, Varn goes and apologies that I'm the only one here. The others got lost.
Justin, you there?
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of like dinner music, chamber music, anything like a quartet, anything like that?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
I could probably find something.
Yeah, Jake, if you could find something and
Find
clear
us
the
a
queue
barbershop quartet.
No, not that.
Do it.
Could you play the Pitch Perfect soundtrack? That would be perfect.
Oh God,
No.
fuck you! I will quit this campaign.
1, 2, 3, or 4.
There's a
Or, I'm
4.
sorry, does it go,
No, there's only
does it
three.
go up to 8? Oh, is there only 2? All right. I thought that was the one where they
Oh, thank
the
God.
half.
We don't live in Nightmare World 2 yet.
Justin, I know that we are good friends, and I hope that this doesn't ruin it. I've got my Aka awesome amazing Blu-ray set right here.
You just laugh.
All right, I'm back.
I saw that coming.
Anna Kendrick's a great actress. What do you want from me?
I mean, yeah, she's great, but like,
Yeah,
fuck those movies.
hey, sometimes good actors are in really bad things.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, Sean Connery was in
It's-
Zardoz.
Yeah, and some
Zardoz
really
is a
good
fucking sci-fi classic. What are you talking about?
I know.
some really good actors make a career out of being in bad things.
Sure. Sure.
Nicolas Cage.
I wasn't gonna say Nicolas Cage.
I actually
but,
paid money and I saw Snake Eyes in the theater.
Oh God,
Ooh.
why?
The house wins.
Okay,
I
but
was-
considering Nicolas Cage's catalog, that's actually not a pretty good movie.
It's not bad.
That's fair.
I also paid to see Lord of
I,
War,
w-
which was pretty.
I was gonna say that a good actor that's made a career out of being in bad movies was Emilia Clarke, because everything she's been in has been bad.
Is that
Not
Yeah.
because of her though.
Yeah, Game of Thrones started off banging, but
Oh yeah.
the
After the 5th season, just like,
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm definitely one of those people like for whom the 8th season kind of ruined it for me. I don't really want to go back and do a rewatch.
yeah,
I
it's only-
have rewatched the 8th season, trying to find some redeeming qualities in it, and the only redeeming qualities I have found are the spectacles of it. That's it. The visuals and the spectacle.
Oh, sure.
I
Like, that's
believe
it.
you're forgetting the fact that it ended.
Well, yeah, there's that.
Redeeming qualities
And
is only like 6
Clegane Bowl. I've been a Clegane Bowl hype man since like season 2, so finally getting to see that was very cathartic.
It was.
But, Didn't they cut it up and like have showing other things in between? They should just have the fight be start to finish one go, so you could just.
I
be
don't
in it.
remember. I feel like it was all in one. I think there was a lot of cutting back and forth up to it, and then they gave that its whole thing. I feel like. I don't remember.
Sorry, Varn. I don't. Yes.
Anyways, sorry.
Yes. No. That was.
Don't get me talking about Game of Thrones because
That was my
the,
fault.
the session will just stop.
He's actually one of my favorite characters.
Who?
Clegane.
Which one? Well, Sandor, I assume. The
This
Hound.
is the closest I could get to what you wanted, Ellis.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. Thanks, like. Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid if we went with Bach's Concerto in G, we'd get just like a copyright strike immediately. I don't know.
I feel
I probably
like
fell asleep as well.
I feel like a lot of those like old
Also, I think-
classical
I'm
compositions
pretty
are probably
sure-
in public domain by now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bach is public domain Creative Commons.
Even like a specific performance of it, if it was like a specific orchestra. I don't know.
Who would tell?
I'm not a copyright lawyer. I have no idea.
I think if you grabbed like a generic Spotify version, probably. But yeah, if it was like as performed by the London Symphony
That's
Orchestra,
what I'm
I
talking about.
think you would have a problem.
What if it was like the Kids Bop version? Would that be okay?
God,
I know.
hope that's not a thing.
Excellent. So, this figure would stand and return the bow. He has a very big smile on his face. He seems very amiable. And he says, "Thank you so much for joining me. You say your friends were delayed?"
They got lost. I don't know if they're gonna find a place.
At that, he snaps his fingers, and you would notice a young human, looks like some sort of a page, comes out and he says, "Please, we must organize a search party." He says, "I will send riders out immediately to scour the city for them."
Barn kind of shrugs and says, "Probably not a bad idea. I don't know.
Wait, what does he say?
Probably not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't know how lost they got."
He says, "Please send out a search party. We simply must find his companions." And he sort of is talking in a low voice to them a little bit, and then the young boy nods and he sort of begins to scurry out of the room. He says, "I'm sure we'll find them without any trouble at all."
Varn kind of makes a very slight face at that. And he then goes and just kind of shrugs it off and goes and continues along. He goes and kind of looks around the room and goes and says, "He's feeling like how?"
You said it's a nice house?
Yes.
He would say, yes, of course. I like to surround myself with items of great beauty. Only the best food, the best music, the best dancing. These are things that bring me joy, and it is my pleasure to share them with my friends and my family.
Huh. He kind of goes and nods and goes and says, "Bit much for my taste, but me gobble."
At this, you would see...
For Barnes' taste.
Yes, you would see a
Barnes
servant...
speaks in the third person.
Right. You would see a servant come out and put down some different plates, things, certainly a lovely spread of cheese. You would see also a plate which looks like a variety of olives, and then another plate with some chilled meats, and certainly a good selection of breads, things like that. Sort of like if you've ever been somewhere where they bring out it's like a board. What's the word I'm looking for?
Charcuterie.
Yes, charcuterie. Yeah, very, very similar. Certainly some pickles and different sauces, mustards, things like that. A lovely spread that you could choose from, and you'd be given what?
Nothing.
In my mind, I got charcuterie mixed up with what's the vegetable thing called?
I don't know.
Plate
A
of grass.
salad.
Yeah.
Plate of grass, yeah.
Yeah, it's when you go to like somebody's graduation and there's the broccoli and the carrots and the tomatoes with the ranch dressing in the middle.
The
They call
only
it
thing that no one touches.
Crudité.
crudité. Thank you. I got charcuterie and crudité mixed up in my head. And
Up your overly stupid name fanciness game.
Yes, exactly. He would say, of course, word of the praetor who dueled Isenbird is reaching my ears. And of course, we all know you, the goblin, who put a bolt in the archivist. It is my honor to meet you.
Varn kind of goes and makes a face at that and goes and says, "They stopped me from shooting again." But I'd have done it.
He would say, certainly, if your hand had not been stayed that day, I believe that...
All the problems would have been fixed.
Well, that is one way to look at it. Of course, we are of the same mind.
Oh, the church is bad. Godman terrible.
He would say, is it true your Kenku companion blasted Rosalind Levert straight off her horse? And he starts laughing hysterically.
I don't know who that is, but probably.
And he would say...
Varno learned names of dead people.
He would say, well... he would say, she is not dead, from what I heard, but...
She should be.
Jesus Christ! Sorry.
I had to mute for that one.
Varn need to have talked to the player about this one. Not good. Unacceptable.
I mean, you don't know. I mean, there's certainly... news travels fast. There's certainly riders. There's also sending stones. There's different things. I'm sure this person has ways of getting this information on the quick side. Numerous methods.
Or Alice finally broke his promise of a level 20 wizard.
And of course, he would say, and tell me, is the monk with you as well? Is he lost as well?
Probably.
He would sort of lean across the table, and he would say, "Very well done." The job that he was able to so deftly pretend to kill the gnome's dragon.
Varn just kind of blinks at that and goes and shrugs.
He would say, "No doubt you are powerful to so openly oppose the abbot, or very foolish. They did pursue you from the hill, did they not?"
Varn kind of pats his chest down and goes and says, "Well, still alive. So, I don't know.
He would say,
If
"Well,"
I get a good shot, I'll go and do it again, though."
he would say, "Well, I very much hope that we can locate your friends. In the meantime, I offer you my protection. You need fear no enemies while you are in the port."
Oh, really?
Of course,
Yeah.
it's the least I can do.
How many men you got?
The half orc standing behind him sort of lets out a chuckle at this. And the cheese right would say, "We are a large family, growing every day, of course. It's always nice to meet new friends, new members. It truly gives my life purpose. It's truly a pleasure."
Hmm. So what else you do in city?
Uh,
I know you got cheese house still, but what else you got?
he would say, "We have many friends, many friends. We're all family here. Many friends. We make sure that businesses are running smoothly, and if there's any problems, we simply offer mediation to ensure that business and trade proceeds unhindered."
Hmm. Barn here you got problem with stab over on docks. Um, what's wrong there? It's big family. Why not include him?
He would say, "Oh, thank you so much for bringing this up. I simply wish to ensure that there's no ill will. If Mr. Stab, or as he likes to call himself, Stab, has a problem, I wish we could simply talk it out. There seems to be no reason for us to impede trade. We're both businessmen."
I'm going to say you kind of silly.
Free trade,
I mean, you're not in shipping, right?
he says, "Of course, but there is so much product that moves through the port. There's need for many people to load the packages and unload crates from ships. It's very important that we have these things be organized. We do like to do them a
Yeah.
certain way. Stab has his own way of doing things, and perhaps he's in need of some re-education, but that's a matter for another day."
No. Well, they fail.
He would say, "Please, my friend, eat. Enjoy yourself. Thank you for being my guest."
Oh, I'm very happy. Um, you got some soups?
He would say,
Very like soup.
"I make a lovely broccoli and cheddar soup if you'd like to try some." And he kind of snaps his fingers.
Varn kind of gives him a confused look, like, what the fuck is that?
And after a moment, a tureen comes out, and ladled into a bowl in front of you is a very thick-looking soup, orange in color with some bits of green in it. And he says, "Please, I would love your opinion."
Varn goes and begins kind of sniffing at the soup. He takes a bite of it and promptly gets a large piece of broccoli before he goes and notices what it is. And it hits his tongue. He then kind of just opens his mouth, sticks his tongue out, and the broccoli falls out of the mouth. And goes and looks at it and goes and, what's this poison? It's green.
He would say, if it's not to your liking, please forgive me, a local specialty here. It's broccoli, of course.
Varn scratches his head and goes and says, well, the soup part is good, but the green poison stuff, not good. You're going to kill somebody.
At this, he laughs, and the half-orc behind him sort of lets out a snicker.
Varn kind of goes and scratches his head and goes and says, what about potato and ham? Ham always good.
He would say, I don't believe we have that ready, but
potato and piggy.
If you have a recipe you'd like to share, I'm sure I can share it with the chef.
Varn goes and takes off his pack and goes to start rifling through his books or booklets, we'll say, and pulls out a very poorly binded journal and holds it out and goes and says, "Yo, take a look through this one." And I am fairly sure he can't read Goblin, so
No.
even if he could, Varn doesn't have good handwriting, so I don't know how he would react to that.
He would look at it and say, these are your recipes.
Yeah. Well, and some might pick up on.
He would say, if you'd like, I'd be happy to show you our kitchens. Perhaps our chef could make a little more sense of this. Please forgive me, but I do not speak your language.
Oh, no, perfectly fine. Varn looks at his handwriting and goes, Varn not very good writer anyway. You're Scribbler. Squidward? Squidward.
Squidward.
Yeah, that's it. If that's what you got out of it, sure, why not?
Yeah, it sounded like you said Squidward.
So yeah, Varn he puts his pack back on and goes and wanders the table, and starts kind of picking through the cheese and the meats. He loads up on the meats and the cheese and the bread. The rest of the stuff he promptly ignores. And as he finishes going and collecting all of this, he kind of sits there with his back to the table leg, kind of sitting down on his haunches, and goes and he's kind of eating, looking out at the room, just watching everything.
You would see just people coming in occasionally, and they're just cleaning up, and they're removing different plates, and they're bringing different things. And after a bit, maybe it seems like half an hour or so, you were talking.
Yeah, probably.
Roughly. He would say, now that we're good friends, please do come back with the others. I have sort of a trade to propose. If my friends cannot find them, perhaps they are lost, for they do know every nook and cranny of this city. But if you do find them, please do come back.
Oh, we gotta go find them now?
He would say, well, I do fear for their safety, because I'm sure that they would not have willingly refused my invitation. They must be really in some danger to have not come.
Vern kind of goes and gives him kind of a what's the word I want?
Sidelong glance.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know that that's the word that I wanted, but that kind of works. And goes. He simply kind of goes and just kind of shrugs and goes, "You're too dumb to be dead. Don't worry about them."
Oh dear. He lets out a little bit of a chuckle and says, I certainly hope that's not the case.
But did they too dumb or did they not dead?
He said, I would certainly hope that they've merely lost their way. Being new to the city, it doesn't seem like a stretch. But I look forward to hearing their tale upon your return.
Arn kind of goes and makes a face and goes and gets back up. He refills his hands with snacks. And goes and says, fine, Arn go fine. And he makes his way towards the door. As he gets to the door, he stops and goes and says, What if Vern finds stab too? Maybe chit chat?
He would say,
make better?
He would say, I'm certainly open to any reconciliation. I believe that our animosity is merely a misunderstanding which can be quickly remedied.
Barton kind of goes and gives him kind of one of those kind of calm, kind of thinking kind of looks. And then his face just kind of splits into an evil grin. And he turns and says, okay. And he turns and pops a piece of cheese in his mouth, kind of waves, and spins on a heel and walks out the door.
Okay. The steward would hold the door for you and quickly rush over and gesture to your crossbow, which is exactly where you left it. It looks like it has not been touched.
Varn goes and takes it from him, kind of shoulders it, but situates it away in his arm so that he can still go and get to his snacks and munch on those as he's walking.
Could you roll perception for me?
I certainly can.
Thank you all. Through the doors where you just exited inside, you would hear what sounds like the voice of the Cheesewright as well as the half-orc sort of having a laugh.
Okay. All right. Barn keeps walking, but moves slower. Just simply trying to go and see if he can't hear anything else as he's going.
No, you would just hear muffled voices, and the steward is actually sort of like ushering you down the hall back towards the shop area.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's not like pushing you or anything. He's just kind of walking next to you.
All right. So yeah, Varn just kind of keeps going, and he gets to the door and kind of looks over at the steward and kind of goes and says, "Varn me back. Hopefully have more cheese, right?"
He would say, "Of course." He snaps his fingers and says to the young boy behind the counter, "Please give the goblin whatever he'd like, and a large wheel of cheddar, perhaps."
Varn simply grins and walks over to the boy, his hands probably now empty by this point, and kind of just goes and holds them up, or holds up one, the other one holding onto his crossbow.
Great. Yeah, he would give you a rather large wheel of cheese, which appears to have like a wax seal around it. It's probably about 12 inches across.
Okay, Varn tucks that under his sleeve or under his arm, and wanders out the door grinning.
Let me think for 1 second. The steward, as you are, leaving the counter area, would say, Master Varn, where are you staying so we can send word when we find your friends?
I don't know, the L plate, not L plate, L Camming,
He's kind of like
L Camming's place.
he's kind of looking at you with his mouth open, kind of nodding. He says, alchemist?
Sure, if that's what you want to call it, a guy.
He kind of shakes his head and kind of just lets the door close on you.
That was great.
Varn just kind of shakes his head and goes and says, well, real guy. And wanders off to go and find Tufa.
Yes, you would see Tufa there. The young boy appears to have found sort of a ball and is playing fetch with Tufa, kind of tossing the ball, and Tufa's running around, rolling around, sort of having a great time.
I would not be surprised. That does sound like something that I'd imagine Tufa doing.
Meanwhile, across town, there is a knock on the door of the Forgotten Ingredient.
I imagine Ren's just like just getting out of the bath. He's like, shit.
I mean, there's what time?
So I believe by this time it's probably about, would you say 10:30?
Okay, yes. I mean, Ren is well out of the bath at this point.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he's not Geralt.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I was gonna say, so I mean, Ren is in there for like an hour, and then what he would have done. Well, what I planned to do was to ask Dare about the map that he picked up from the goblins, but we'll just say Ren took the map and kicked him out the door. So Ren wants to look over. So for the next bit, Ren, while waiting for people to show up, Ren was going to be looking at that treasure map.
Oh, yes. Let me send you that, if I may. You want it in a DM, or like I could put it as like a handout so everybody can see it, or what do you think?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Cool. I think I've actually got it as a handout already. Let me look here. Perhaps not. 1 second on that. You're referring to the map that the goblins had in the bar.
Yes.
Yes, I have that.
Is that the second age map?
Is it the what?
In the handouts, there's a second age map.
Oh,
there was one that you sent last time. It was kind of a hand-drawn map, I think.
Let me. Okay, here it is. I got it. And my external hard drive is unhappy.
Uh-oh.
There it goes. Okay, cool. You can, if Leg or Justin, if you don't mind, we can go back to just like town music or just like city normal stuff.
I was about to.
I really appreciate the help.
Yeah.
Where the hell? Oh, there it is. Oh, God, it took forever. Sorry, guys. Here we go. And like when you see this, you're gonna be like, "Oh, well, that wasn't worth the wait." Handouts, new handout. Here we go. Add handout. How's that?
Hmm.
Nice. Oh, okay, that's way out of the way.
Maybe Dabnang fall overboard.
I mean, Ren will do his best to do his cartography stuff with the map, just figure location wise and stuff like that. But that's definitely not in the correct direction. So
Yes.
Treasure.
You would remember that the goblins had like heavy fur coats.
yeah. So then Ren's pretty much just hanging out.
Great.
I guess when the knock's at the door.
Yes. So
No, so is this? So I mean, give me like the lay of the house. Is this like a 2-floor house that has separate entrances for the shop and the living area, or is there the entrance to the living area inside the shop?
Elise is going to get mad at me for not knowing like immediately.
Did you design the house?
I would just make it up, but I know she has like a very specific. Hold on. Yeah, the living area is upstairs, but is there like a separate entrance? No, they just have one entrance, right? I think. Or is there a separate entrance for the? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's just one door. The living area is upstairs.
So this one, Ren would be back out in the main living area, just with Alis, because he's trying to stay up for when people get back.
Yeah, she would just be kind of like nervously sort of sewing, sort of working on your robe a bit, and probably finish up and show it to you and say, "Is this all right, Master Ren?"
Oh, with all that's happened to that, it's better than I could ever expect.
You would notice that the handiwork is certainly well done. Yes.
No, you go.
As there's a knock, she would look up kind of expectantly and say, "Oh, Elise must be back." And she would rise to go get the door.
Okay. Ren will just hang out and just listen.
She would open it, and there would be two figures who would sort of step in, pushing her out of the way sort of slightly, and she would say, they would say, "Oh, all right then. We're looking for some people gone missing. There's a praetor and there's a kenku," and they would look over, and you would be visible, Ren.
I thought he was upstairs.
Oh, you upstairs? I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Yeah. I mean, he was just like being
He's
like
in the living areas.
Yeah, dude, like he
living
was doing what he was doing, not expecting any kind of issue, so he didn't, go down there or anything like that. But he's just listening.
Okay, and so you would simply hear voices, and then after a moment, Alis would come upstairs and say, "There's some men downstairs. I think they're looking for your friends."
Well, I guess Ren not knowing who they are.
She would say, "Do you want me to tell them that you're not here, or should we tell them where they are? I don't know what to do."
No, I mean Ren doesn't know that that there might be an issue with this, so he's just gonna go down. If they're looking for his friends, then he'll sort it out. Ren will, probably put on his heavier shirt or whatever because he's probably just lounging around in his light shirt. Tuck his sword in his sash and walk down.
Great. You would see what looks like two humans, and they have just leather armor and short swords. Nothing very fancy. They look to be more or less on the young side. And as you come down, they'd say, "Oh, you with the Praetor and the Goblin?"
I've seen them.
You one of their lot?
We've met. Have you issue with them?
No.
Who are you?
We were sent as a favor on behalf of Domgeet the Cheesewright. We heard that you were lost. Couldn't find your way.
Not entirely untrue. I was lost a bit ago. Some asshole tavern keeper sent me on a wild goose chase, but I've made my way back.
And they would kind of look at each other and say, "The tavern keeper, you want us to go pay him a visit?"
Ren kind of pat the sword and be like, "If I wanted him, if he needed a visit, I'd see to it."
And they kind of laugh and kind of elbow each other, and they say, "Oh, well, you're all right then."
So what do you want then?
You'd say, "Well, your goblin friend said that you got lost on your way to meet with the Cheesewright tonight, and we were just sent to make sure that you hadn't been harmed or kidnapped or anything, or accosted."
Nothing that's nefarious, I assure you.
I'd say, "Very well then, forgive the intrusion, Miss Alis." And she would say, "Oh, it was no problem at all. I'm glad we could help." And they would say, "If you see your friends, tell them stop by the cheese shop. Our master would still very much like to meet them."
By the time they make their way back, it might be late. We'll see about something in the morning.
And they would kind of give you a nod and be off.
After their leave, Ren would just turn to Alis and be like, That's very unusual. At least I think, is that unusual for here? I'm a little confused."
She would say, "Well, the Cheesewright, he certainly tries to help people if someone goes missing or if there's a problem. I mean, we've had problems here at the shop with those goblins coming here asking us for money, to pay them and things. And on the docks as well, there's all these new fees for shipments coming in. And, well, someone has to keep everything sorted."
When I was waiting for your sister to complete her business, I overheard something about Stab the Goblin needing a cut.
Exactly, right. That is what I'm talking about. I certainly hope she paid him. I don't want any more trouble. And she kind of like rubbing her temple a little bit.
There's plenty of ways to deal with trouble. And I believe my alchemist companion knows how to make, I saw her making it one evening. I don't know what it's called, but it's explosive. If you don't know how to make that one, I'm sure she can teach you. That'll probably sort out any trouble.
She'd say, "Alchemist fire."
Oh, that's probably it.
She'd say, "Oh, I don't play with that. Father probably knows a bit about that, but I wouldn't." She would say, "I would be very interested to see how your friend can do it, but I would be too nervous to try it myself."
Well,
so
I guess at least that's done. No, so Ren will just go back to waiting.
Shall we check in with Octavian and Deflator?
Sure.
Great. So as you're riding down the road, just a second. You approach. Oh dear. I just found a giant hole in my prep. 1 second.
Oh boy.
I clicked a heading for this and there's nothing there. Hold on.
And I was ready to.
Throw down.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was already. If they started something, I was all ready to have Ren say, "Sorry about the mess, A-list," and just.
Jesus. Poor girl's already worried sick. Let's not traumatize her anymore.
I got it.
Or when you just barge in like that, it's.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, luckily Ren was too confused to like. He's like, "What? Why are they? What?"
Yeah, this place is weird, but I like it.
So as you make your way down the road, a small settlement appears in the distance, sort of to the left of the road. It's set up sort of at the base of some hills, and you can see several halflings dancing sort of merrily while others look on. The sound of a fiddle and a fife has actually carried on the wind, and you would have heard it as you were approaching.
Before we that comes into sight for us, I look over to Deflator and just say, I sure hope that Cheese Right doesn't think we're blowing him off this evening. Sorry, I had to. But yeah, so we see the encampment.
Smash cut to.
I want to know what they are, and I want them dead.
You put a horse's head in his bed.
All right, so the encampment.
Yes. You can see that Elise sort of slows as you reach the settlement and looks about, and she's looking, and she says, "Well, it appears as though we've found our halflings."
It appears so. Why would they be camped out all the way here? Would they not have room and board in the city?
She'd say, "That's a good question. I wasn't familiar with a halfling settlement out here, but I infrequently come this way."
Let's see if we can find our man.
Yes, indeed. So she would go up to a nearby halfling who doesn't look too busy and say, "Excuse me." And a middle-aged halfling would smile and cry out, "Aha!" and kind of grab Elise by the hands and attempt to begin dancing with her to the fiddle music. The other halflings cheer and begin to clap.
Okay, I'm glad that you specified that they were gonna dance with her, because I was about ready to full on reflex pull her back.
The halflings begin dancing, and Octavian draws his sword, beheading one of them. So
Nothing
Elise,
personal.
No, Elise, you would kind of hear her as she's spun off into the crowd. She says, "I'm not here to dance," and the halfling appears kind of stronger than he looks. But Elise is quite a bit taller, and she kind of stumbles and staggers, and then she actually falls on her back with a loud thud. And she kind of just lays there dazed as the halflings sort of, a couple of them begin to laugh, and a few of them rush over to help her.
The one who was dancing with her, I go over and, as in whatever way I need to do this, if I need to kneel down or whatever,
Yeah.
I'm going to do it and kind of put my hand on his shoulder and just go, "Friend, please try not to injure my charge. We are here on business."
He would sort of look up at you, and the smile fades a bit, and he gets a little serious, and he says, "Of course, master, of course. I meant nothing by it. She's very tall."
Indeed. So and I just kind of narrow eyes a little bit, not in a menacing way, but just kind of half cocked smile and just go, "So am I." No, just stand up, and if she's not already up, up standing, I will pull her up.
Yes.
Octavian begins dancing with the halfling.
Yes.
No, Octavian's not a dancer.
So yeah, you would see Elise sort of sit up, and she's trying to catch her breath, and she says, "I need to find the Lingenhall family." And one of the halflings sort of comes over with a glass of water, and she kind of waves it away. The music had stopped as she fell down, and the musicians kind of look and see that she's fine, and they break back into the tune. And the man who is the halfling who's looking at you, who's interacting with you, Octavian, says, "Well, when I thought I'd get a chance to dance with her, I thought it was my lucky day, but it turns out it's yours. Crook Lingenhall, madam. Pleasure's all mine." And she would say, "I'm looking for a relative of yours, Ander." And she kind of looks to Octavian and Deflator and says, I don't know why I agreed to do this. We don't have time for this.
It's fine. We're already this deep.
And she would say, yes, Ander, he missed meeting his brother in Provos. And Crook would say, "I Falmo, and don't tell me 'twas dear Welly set you on the right track," he says with a laugh. He says, "Dear Anders down in a cave and under these hills right off the road. He's playing with a bag of beans."
Oh, God.
Elise
You know what
kind
that means.
of looks at you nervously. And Crook says, "You believe that? He traded what few silver he had left for magic beans. His wife and his wee ones are over yonder waiting for his return, scared half to death. Said he'd come back a rich hin, or not at all. Has honor, that Ander does. Make no mistake, miss." And Elise just kind of slaps her forehead and says, "Magic beans?"
Fucking magic beans.
Well, magic beans seem, well, a bit far-fetched, but considering that prior to coming here, we dealt with an infestation of giant insects, I guess you could say, beneath a small farming town, nothing would surprise me at this point.
Crook would say, "Oh, the Ankhegs, they're very good for aerating the soil. You didn't disturb them, did you?"
Unfortunately, they were disturbing the soil a little too much, and, spitting acid on me.
Oh, they had a queen, did they?
Mm-hmm. I should emphasis on had.
And he kind of looks at you with a little bit of disbelief. And Elise says, "If you don't mind, we'll stick to the matter at hand. These beans," she looks to Deflator and says, "These beans, they're probably sold to him by a swindler. You've heard of these before?" You could roll Arcana if you want to,
Okay.
or you could. Yeah.
Are there such things as magic beans?
You would be aware that there is such an artifact sold, and as each bean is planted, different effects might happen. It's very unpredictable.
I mean, there are some magic beans out there. I doubt these are magic, though.
She says, Elise nods to you and turns to Crook and says, "Would you just point me in the direction of the cave? We'll go get him back, and we can get out of here." Is that? And she looks to Octavian and Deflator, kind of to see if that sounds good.
Sure.
So Crook says, "Follow me this way. You don't think old Anders in any trouble now, do you? I didn't catch your name then." And he looks, he's asking Elise, and Elise just ignores him, and she says to Deflator, She said, "I've heard of tricks like this before. My sister once bought a cream from a traveling salesman who claimed it would make her as lovely as an elf if she rubbed it on her face 3 times a day. The cream was this little more than the secretions of an insect mixed with flower oil. It did nothing more than make her face itch."
Not that your sister needs it.
She kind of gives you sort of a look and then smiles. And then Crook says, "Right this way," and then he leads you over a short distance. You can still hear the music from the camp down a small path, and he points to like a stone outcropping with like an opening in the side. Looks just barely wide enough to fit through. And Crook says, "Ander fit through well enough. You," pointing to Elise and Deflator, "should be okay." And he kind of looks at Octavian and says, "I might need to grease you up. I'm not sure."
Can't be any worse than the Ankheg tunnels.
Elise sort of lets out a chuckle, and she's sort of studying the opening, and she says, "I probably won't have to remove my jacket." She says, "I think we should be able to fit through this crack well enough."
Well, let's try.
Great. So she says, "I'll go first," and you see that she kind of turns herself. She has to take her sword. She has to take her sword off the frog, and she just kind of holds it out in front of her, and she slips through with very little issue.
All right, my turn, I guess.
Sure.
Is it something where like I have to like go in sideways, basically?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You would be able to see like as she went through, it widens out.
Okay. Well, I'll take my sword like off the belt, not taking it out of the hilt, and kind of like hold it close to my chest, put the shield on my arm, and kind of, almost like I'm in a burial pose, and just kind of like scoot through.
Yes. Deflator, are you going in?
Yeah, I'll go in.
Okay. Let me just 1 second.
It's a lot easier for you. The plumage makes you look a lot bigger than you actually are.
Beautiful plumage.
If you really got to crunch in there, the hollow bones make them easy to break.
1 second. Oh dear! No! I can't have that at all. Hold on. I just messed everything up. And you can't undo that, or can you? Let me go to this.
What are you trying to do?
Okay, there we go. I'm trying to mess with my grid here.
Oh, well,
it's all right.
Yeah. So when it comes to the reveal, like, I don't think you can control Z that. You just have to like hide it again and then try again.
The issue was I wanted the grid. I actually wanted the grid smaller, but I forgot this battle map has a built-in grid, so that's why I went with the larger cell size.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you would notice that as you squeeze through, so you would have, am I on the right? Yeah, you would have squeezed through sort of like from this area. As you squeeze through, you notice that the cave is kind of dark and musty, with drops of water falling sort of on you every few seconds. A faint light and some cursing can be heard from up ahead.
In which direction?
In this direction. This direction. If you noticed, you would be passing under. There's like a little opening there, which seems to go out onto like a bridge of sorts.
I look to A-list and just go, "Can you see?"
She would, from her pack. She would. Holding her sword in one hand, she would cast the light spell on it.
Oh, I was going to do that for her, but all right. Well, Deflator would need would need light, then I'll just do that on her
Yeah.
shield.
Perfect.
I was gonna
like,
say
oh.
do that on the tip of my glaive, but
If you'd prefer, yeah.
I'd prefer that. Thank
All
you.
right, I'll just go and slap it on the flat end and put the light spell on it. I'll draw my sword cautiously, and then I'll advance forward, me up front.
Okay. Great. So as you approach, you would notice that there's sort of like a little hole here. Not a little hole, but there's another opening which you'll need to squeeze through, and it leads out onto like a small bridge area. Let me just. Here we go. Oh, no. Here we go. Enter? No, wait.
So with the reveal tool, if you're doing it polygonal, you have to like make sure that all the points touch.
Yeah.
It makes a complete shape.
So you would be like, see this thing, like you're actually walking under that across this bridge.
Yeah. Okay. Keep up, Deflator.
So yes, so Elise follows closely behind you, sliding through the opening, kind of keeping her back against the wall, and then carefully maneuvering across the bridge to see kind of who or what is ahead. She says to both of you, "I certainly hope that Crook doesn't live up to his name."
Well, that's what we're for.
And up ahead, as you cross the bridge, just a second. Hold on. Why is this not working for me? Hold on. Here we go.
A lot of times, I just use the bandbox one, and then just kind of fiddle around with it as best I can.
Yes, it's probably a better idea. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, as you cross the bridge, you would see a stone statue of a halfling matching the description of Ander Lingenhall, and the figure is posed in such a way as if it's in deep thought. And you would notice toadstools all around it on the ground, growing out of the stone and the dirt in the ground.
What was his name again? Ander?
Ander Lingenhall.
Ander Lingenhold?
There's no answer, and Elise sort of looks at you, and she walks up to it, and she kind of looks at it, and she says, "Mr. Lingenhall." And there's no answer. The statue appears to be made of stone. It's resting atop a granite base. The area you're in is probably close to 20 feet across, kind of roughly round, and it appears as though there are two paths leading south from where you're standing.
Would you be able to reveal it a little bit more so I can see
Yep, working
specifically
on it.
what you're talking about?
Absolutely. Bingo.
Would I be able to? Is it like kind of dusty down here? Would I be able to see if there's maybe like track marks somewhere?
Yes, it is. It is dusty. You would see some tracks. What looks like footprints. Could you roll investigation?
Sure. What about survival? Because I feel like survival is a bit better.
Tracks.
For, like,
Yeah, that's better. Yep.
It's better because I got +3 and instead of a +1.
You are correct.
16.
Yes, you would notice some recent tracks sort of leading in this direction.
Small, about halfling size?
They would be indeed.
I see some footprints down this way. I point.
And she kind of, Elise nods to you, and as you're leaving, her eyes are kind of on the statue. One second. As you're walking away, there's actually a voice from behind you that says, pardon me, but were you looking for someone? And Deflator, if you were to turn, you would notice that the statue was talking to you.
Huh?
I'm terribly sorry, my lady, but I said, are you looking for someone?
I guess.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
rather dingy place to just come for a holiday.
Yeah, then why are you
I
here?
turn back and like, it's talking.
Elise is just like shaking her head, and she just says, "Halflings." The statue would say, you three simply must be lost. Whoever would journey down to this musty, dusty cave willingly, especially dressed as you are. It's just disgusting down here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty gross down here. Why are you down here?
Elise would also say to the statue, look, Golem, I'm just trying to find a missing person who is said to be here. You look just like him, though a bit harder-headed. And the statue looks kind of rolls its eyes, kind of sticks its tongue out a bit at Elise, and says to Deflator, I would very much like to get out of here, but I don't know if the three of you could lift me. It's worth a try.
I'll walk up to it, and with the shield out front, I'll go, you want to bet? And I'll kind of like jab it very lightly, enough to like make it kind of rock back and forth a little bit.
Oh, sir, do please stop that. There's no need for that at all.
Perhaps you should be nicer to my friend here, then. Otherwise, we'll be picking up your pieces, and that will be a lot easier to get you out of here.
That would still be the same weight.
But it's dispersed. You could do it in trips.
Or we could do it in one piece, which would still be easier.
No, I don't think so. Especially with this one running its mouth.
Elise would say, forget him, we don't
You're
have... Go
You're
ahead.
mouthy too today, Octavian. God damn.
There's just a lot going on. And now there's a talking statue giving me trouble. Let's just follow the tracks.
Yes, Elise says, we don't have time for this nonsense, and she starts to follow Octavian.
Yeah.
Let me do a little more of a reveal. There. So you can see that the path up ahead appears to slope upward.
Does it look like precarious, or is it just kind of like,
Not really, no. It's
Okay.
gentle enough that you can make it up.
Okay. I'll go up first and be there just in case anybody slips. Hand out.
Elise starts to follow, and she would turn and say, Deflator, it looks safe.
I'm staying with the statue.
She would kind of look and say, very well, make sure it doesn't do anything unnatural. And the statue would say to you, Deflator, oh, you're going to stay with me. This will be wonderful. Shall we swap some stories?
If you spend all your time in a cave, I doubt you have very interesting stories.
And say, well, then
I'm gonna do an Arcana check on him.
And then, yes, he would. The statue would say, well, if we're not going to tell stories, perhaps we could do each other's hair. Or perhaps I could do your feathers.
I'm fond of my feathers, thank you.
And he would say,
Do you have a deck of rock cards?
The statue would just laugh at this and say, all I have is what you can see. I can't quite get my hand into these pockets, and he kind of taps his side into, to reveal that they're not real pockets.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna pull out a piece of parchment and an ink pen. And I say, "Do you know how to play tic-tac-toe?"
Say, and yes, the figure would say, "Oh, what a lovely diversion while your friends do all the hard work. Fine, fine, let's play. I'll be X's."
All right, I'll be O's then.
As this banter is happening, I assume Octavian and Elise have reached the top of the ridge. You would see like a narrow footway going, crossing over from where you entered.
Anything back this way?
It appears
Just
as
go over and look.
Yep. It appears as though from where you are up high, you can see down. You'd be able to see Deflator with the light, and you'd be able to see that there's simply kind of two paths that lead up to the same spot.
Which way do the tracks like cut off, or does it appear that they're going in a specific direction?
Let me just do that so you can see it. It appears as though they are headed over this little outcropping.
All right, we'll just go back and very carefully walk across this.
As you are crossing it, Elise is following closely behind. And there are, right here, it's very narrow. There's a bit of loose stone. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, all right, cool. 10.
You actually would, the loose stone would compromise your footing, and you would actually slip, but Elise is right there to catch you.
Thank you.
And she would say, watch your step, Master Praetor, would you?
Trying to. It's clearly not made for people of normal size.
And Deflator, with that Arcana check, I forgot to address it, you would notice that this appears to be, this figure appears to have been created through some sort of a spell that you're not familiar with, but it is obviously magical in nature.
Okay, I thought it was actually him. I thought the beans turned him into stone, bro.
As you...
I'm still gonna play tic-tac-toe with it.
Yeah. As you are exiting... what's the matter here? Oh, wait a minute. There we go. One second. As you are, as you fall, you would see a halfling figure sort of come over and say, "Now listen, you! I told you to be quiet and don't eat the toadstools, you!" And then he looks as he comes right up to your, like, just, you know, like pointing his finger right at your stomach, sort of, Octavian, and he kind of looks up.
Are you Ander?
He would say, "Now this is interesting," and he comes right up to you and he starts kind of examining your armor, and he says, "I had hoped for some crops or gold perhaps, but this is quite a bit better. A soldier. The wife won't like it much, but still." And he kind of taps on your armor with his fist and he says, "Maybe you could help in the field."
I just swat his hand away and goes, "Are you Ander Lingenhall? Answer my question."
Elise from behind you says, "I wouldn't suggest trying your luck, Lingenhall. Answer the man." And at this, he jumps back and he says, "Oh, you didn't sprout up from the ground then. Ander's the name. Now what are you doing in me cave?"
I look to Elise. It's like, this is your deal.
Elise just kind of rolls her eyes, and he says, "You don't know about conjuring, do you? I brought these beans from a tabaxi down at the port, told me they'd solve all me problems, and so far all I've got to show for it is a small crop of toadstools and a rather mouthy statue. I don't recommend eating them, by the by, although the statue is quite handsome."
A bit mouthy, too.
Elise would laugh and she'd say, "I'm not a conjurer, but Why did you fail to tell your drunken brother where you went? He sent me on this wild chase for you, and I... Ugh! And Elise kind of throws her hands up in disgust. She says, I suggest you stop using these beans, sell them or something, and get back to your family. I am done. And Andrew kind of grimaces, and he says, me lady, I'm sorry if me family's caused you any trouble. Please, can I make it up to you? And he takes off his hat and he holds it in his hands. He says, it's just that I was desperate and I needed a way to support me wee ones. When me cousin Falmo didn't meet us at the docks last week, we'd know where to go, being from Knockville across the sea.
Well, perhaps instead of wasting your money on whatever these beans are, then perhaps you could have, I don't know, chartered a different ship or done something else. Never trust something that you do not, if you do not know exactly what it does. If it's just, and I just like kind of air quotes, magic beans, then what does that mean?
Elise nods and she says, you should listen. This is the first good advice you're getting. Now listen here, Lincoln Hall. Your family's already in debt to me. You want to support your children and wife? Stop spending money on frivolous pursuits and get an apprenticeship somewhere. Hone a craft. I don't care. But get rid of those beans. You've wasted enough of our time. And she seems like she's lost all sympathy and she's losing her temper a small bit.
Does he have the bag on his person right now?
Yes, it appears to be on his belt.
Can I take it?
You could do a...
Actually, better yet, can I just pick him up by the scruff of his shirt? Because he is a halfling, so he's much shorter than I am. And then while I'm holding him up, can I just like take it off of his belt that way?
You could certainly try. Why don't you do a strength check with advantage?
Can I do a full-on athletics for like a grapple check?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Oh, fucking come on. No. One. Fuck you, game.
Right. You go to pick him up, and you obviously have the strength, but just his shirt just kind of slips out of your grip, Anders says, all right, I'll come with you. He says, but I'm ruined. I've spent everything on these blasted beans. And with that, he takes a bean out of the pouch and he throws it down at his feet in frustration.
Oh, fuck. I really wish you didn't do that. Oh, no. This is going to get real bad.
And he kind of looks up at you and he says,
you shouldn't have done that.
He says, what have I done? And after a beat, there's a low rumble that starts kind of shaking the ground. And Andrew kind of backs up into this area. He looks a little bit afraid.
Where did he throw it? Like over here?
Yep.
Andrew, get back over here. Come with us. We need to get out of here.
As he starts kind of walking towards you, the ground shakes and rolls, and it bursts open to reveal a terrible, armor-plated, large, bullet-shaped monstrosity with a huge snapping maw and short, powerful legs. Ander actually backs up into you, and he grabs onto you, Octavian, and he yelps in fear. Elise lets out
like Homer Simpson yell.
Elise lets out a cry of panic as well. She's never seen anything like this before. The splitting of the ground is causing the cave to shake a little bit. And Elise looks like she's starting to lose her footing. She falls down to her knees. And she says, we've got to get out of here. And at this moment, you would see the figure come up out of the ground fully and start making its way towards Ander. And we're going to roll for initiative.
Yep.
The one tic-tac-toe.
That is excellent.
At 11.
Ooh,
a natural.
split party, Octavian.
Yeah, well, didn't realize that this is what was going to happen. Thought it was like, oh, we're just going to find this guy. He's going to be fucking, like, drunk out in the woods. No, he's got a fucking bag of beans, and a fucking boulette comes out of nowhere. Glad it wasn't the fucking mummy lord, though. God damn. Or the, Or the eggs that do 10d6 force damage.
Why don't you roll as well a deflator if you want, because you could,
I did.
Oh, you did?
You would hear this. Like,
Oh, yeah.
fuck.
Okay, yeah, I got you to 15. Cool. Just give me 1 second. Whoa. Taking my little monster manual out. Oh, there's ant kegs.
21? How'd you get 21 on that?
I rolled a nat 20.
Oh. Interesting.
And
I rolled a nat 20.
I hope you know me well enough to know that I don't fudge shit too often.
No, that's fair. It's whatever. Yeah, well, if Anders survives the first round, I'm shoving him down over here and telling him to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, yeah, we want to roll Ander, too. Ooh, another 20.
Is Ander a level 20 wizard?
Does he seem like a level 20 wizard to you?
I was gonna say he seems like a level 20
Is he
dumbass.
Hey,
Is he a level 20 sorcerer?
I just got all my 20s out of the way, so you can be glad for that.
Fucking hopefully.
Okay.
Now if I could get all the ones out of the way too.
Hey, Justin, can you play combat music? Because I can't open
right.
Spotify.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah.
Yee.
Yee.
There you go.
So Ander, who would come up first, just simply panics. And he is going to just move his movement. He's just going to try to just run back, sort of past you, Octavian, and sort of run back towards Elise. He's screaming.
All right.
And then the boulette is up. And he's going to attempt to bite Octavian. He's going to crawl forward and attempt to bite. And that is a 16, 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
So that is going to be... 1 second. Am I going to kill you? Hold on.
I mean,
Are you about to
I would
die?
hope not.
Oh, that's interesting.
Are you going to die?
not if I have anything to say about it.
Okay. Right. So you would take... Jeez.
Come on, what's the number?
Well, it's in the monster manual. It says 30 piercing, but I guess I didn't think.
Yeah, that's the average. I know what a boulette does.
Yeah,
They're nasty.
Yeah, they are. This is a slightly smaller one though than you might have heard of from before. So you're going to take 20 piercing damage.
Okay. All right. It's fine.
So it just bites its jaws right into you, and it kind of grabs a hold of you, and it tries to give you a shake, but it can't quite do it. And that would bring up Deflator. So from where you are, you would have a pretty clear view up on this bridge of what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Did I win tic-tac-toe?
You did, and the statue is not happy. It actually says to you, behind you, look, and it's pointing. And it.
Yeah, I see that. I gotta go, and I run, and I come over here, and I fucking Destiny blink jump over here using Misty Step.
Nice. Nice.
And Misty Step's a bonus action, right?
Yeah.
I believe it is, yeah.
Yes, it is. Cool.
You already have your weapon out, so we've established that.
Yeah. So I'ma hit this bitch 2 times.
16. 16 would hit.
I assume 12 does not.
It does not. Let me just set up the HP real quick, because that was so convenient last time. I can't even tell you.
Mhm.
So 10 slashing, perfect. So yes, as you take 2 swipes with your glaive, you notice that one cuts right through the scales, and the bullet kind of recoils a little bit, which would bring us to Elise, who she can't quite get through, I believe. So she is going to she's going to go ahead and cast Toll the Dead.
Ooh.
Yes, and you see her make sort of she draws a rune in the air as she speaks a word of power, dealing. Oh, that's a wisdom save. Let me try that. Forgot about that. Oh, that is a fail. So it's going to take 11 necrotic, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's necrotic damage.
So you hear the sound of this bell ring out in the cave, and the walls and the ceiling were already a little bit shaky from this thing, and now it's actually shaking the walls of the cave a little bit. And Elise would take a small step back and say, maybe not the best choice, which brings us to Octavian.
Okay. Just by looking around, does it look like we are in danger of a cave collapse at this point, or is it or what's going on?
Your footing right where you're at is a little bit precarious, but the ceiling seems to be holding.
Okay. I'm gonna look at something real quick. All right, I'm gonna do something a little bit more tactical. I'm just gonna shout out. We're in a disadvantageous position. Move back. And I'm going to take the disengage action, so it does not get an attack of opportunity against me.
Yep.
And then I am going to kind of move back with Elise, so kind of like essentially carrying her, but more so keeping her behind me. So I'll do like half my movement speed, and kind of I should be able to push here and get her like right behind me.
Okay.
Right here.
So you're actually like pushing her with your.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will look. He's already running, so I'm not worried about him. And I'll just look to Deflator and just go, "Come on, we need to get out. We need to get into an open position."
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just precarious footing, and this thing's big and it hits hard. We need to be in a more maneuverable space.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do.
And
hopefully that's cue for Elise to move on her turn.
Yeah. So as you kind of move Elise back, you see you kind of push her back, and she kind of says, "Hey," and her hair kind of falls in her face a little bit.
Well, I was also shouting that out, so she should understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, I mean, just like as you turned and kind of, her eyes were on the boulette, but now she gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay, now it's the statue's turn.
Well, actually, no. Bonus action. Actually, no. Bonus action. I'm going to do my my second wind, just so in case I get another big hit. All right, 14 hit points. Awesome.
Wow,
That's
nice.
really good.
It looks like chicken's back on the menu, boys. Come on, Cobra. So yeah, that brings us to the statue, who kind of yells and says, I assume you would have introduced yourself to Flater, or no?
To him?
Yeah, I mean, as you were playing tic-tac-toe.
Oh, to the statue, yeah.
The statue would say, "Look out, Deflator!" And it's sort of swinging its stone sword, but it can't get off its base. Which brings us back around to.
I would have just loved that it just like it insults the boulette and casts vicious mockery on it.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been great. All right. Anyways.
Oh, that would have been. Oh yeah, that would have been good. That's the perfect spell for that thing to have. Thank you.
Yeah. Now I guess it's the Boulette's turn if that's all he's doing.
It is. So the Boulette would step forward and try to attempt to bite Deflator. Ooh. He will miss, I believe. That is a 12.
That is a miss.
Okay. He attempts to kind of grab you in his jaw, but cannot grab a hold of Deflator, which brings us to Ander, who is just now in a full run. He's running back in this direction, and he kind of goes back up against the cave, turns around, and he's just kind of breathing heavily, and he says, "We must get out of here!"
It's like, what do you think I'm doing?
Which will bring us to Deflator.
All right, I will. Now, as my bonus action, I will speak the command word of my shield to raise my AC, and that command word being command word.
Great.
Password is password.
Password is password.
So the shield reacting to this will animate, and it goes right up between you and the Boulette. It appears to be hovering in midair, protecting you, Deflator.
And I will back up. Let's see if it takes an opportunity attack.
It would. As you attempt to back away, it just kind of lunges forward with its massive kind of neck muscles, and you see this like large beak of a mouth kind of go and try to kind of snip at you. That is a 20.
Oh, fuck.
Total
Natural
or
or modified?
No, that is a 13 plus 6. I'm sorry, 14.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, 13 plus 7. It's a plus 7 to hit. So you would take 20 piercing damage as you back away.
Fuck!
Yeah, like I said.
Fuck him. I cast Witch Bolt.
Wow.
16 did hit last time. So.
Yes. Oh yeah. That's definitely a hit. And that's 22 lightning damage.
Yep.
Wow.
And then on your subsequent turns, you can, as an action, do another D12 lightning damage, as long as you maintain concentration.
Is that an action or a bonus action?
I think it's an action. Witch Bolt's kind of weird.
Yeah, use your action.
Yeah. But you have to stay within 30 feet of it. Like, if at any point you were in or 30 feet away, it drops.
Mm-hmm.
So, Deflator, as you get bitten and he sinks his teeth into you, you back away as quickly as you can, holding your arm out in front of you, and this beam of crackling blue energy lances out towards the Boulette, forming a sustained arc of lightning, which connects you to the Boulette, and you see it visibly recoil as this electrical energy pours into it.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Deflator, you got a little bit more movement. If you wanted to like move to the side of me, because I'm gonna hold the line.
I was gonna move like right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I'm gonna hold the line.
Hold the line.
Yeah.
Love isn't always on time.
Yeah, I was gonna look up the lyrics.
I'm hoping that with the
rest.
precarious footing, maybe it falls or something like that, because this thing's much bigger than me. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Don't worry, Cobra. When we get back, we're having a very serious conversation about splitting the party. It's like it's happened way too many times. We're not doing it anymore.
I had a pretty nice evening.
Yeah, you did.
I'm having a nice evening.
She says, putting her organs back in her chest.
I'm getting dinner.
No, somebody's getting dinner.
Thing don't like lightning.
All right. Well, if that's Deflator's turn, looks
That
like
is my
it's
turn.
Elise's turn.
Yes. I was just reading something. Shield is only self. I was gonna try.
Yeah.
I was gonna try to cast shield on Octavian.
Yeah,
But it is
that's
not.
fine.
It is not to be.
I didn't go Eldritch Knight, so it'll never happen.
Yes.
I almost considered going Eldritch Knight, but I'm like, nah, Samurai sounds cooler.
Yeah. So. Elise from behind you, Deflator. She's going to, as her action, she pulls quickly into her pouch and she pulls out a healing potion and she hands it to you.
I will take it.
Yes. So her action would be feeding you this healing potion.
Oh, she's feeding it to me?
Well, I mean, she's trying to give it to you to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she drank it first, and she's gonna baby bird it. Yeah.
Is it just
There's
a
the bird
regular
joke.
healing potion?
Yes. So that's 2d4 plus 2.
There's the bird joke. That's the third bird joke tonight.
That's definitely the grossest bird joke that's been there tonight.
That's true.
So you get back 5 HP.
Oh, goody! The organs went back inside.
And you know, she sort of like kneels down and she's kind of like, you know, checking your condition, Deflator, and she says, "Are you all right?"
As all right as all. I don't know. I'm fine.
Move back, Elise. I got this.
And she's going to move back a little bit like this,
Octavian, you need my help.
which is going to bring us to Octavian.
All right. I am going to step forward just a little bit so that I'm in front of Deflator, and then I am going to hold my attacks until if it gets to me. That way, you know, if it does manage to get across these precarious footing, I can at least hit it a couple of times. But that's all. That's what I'm gonna do. Hold the line. Tanking. I'll just as like a, you know, just say, stay at the range if you have. Stay at the range if you can. I will keep it busy.
Okay, so
And if it falls and if it falls off in a very hilarious way, then we need to get out of here quickly.
okay, so are you holding an action?
Yeah, I'm holding my attacks
Got it. Okay, cool.
until it is within range of me, assuming it doesn't fall.
Got it. Okay, great. So which brings us to the statue, who is still cheering for Deflator, and he's swinging his stone sword around, and he's like, he's like trying to get off, but he can't get over there. Which brings us up to the Boulette. And he is going to attempt a deadly leap.
Oh, fun.
So he's going to leap at Octavian. Like this. And I need dexterity saving throws from Octavian and Deflator.
Oh, goody. There it is, Dex. Natural 20.
Wow.
I was ready. I saw it coming, bitch.
12.
Okay. So as he lands, the entire cave shakes, and you see some stones from this bridge sort of fall down the way you came and fall down the other way into this kind of deep chasm. Octavian, you on the nat 20, I think. Well, I don't think that matters, right? So that's a successful save. So you would take 14 bludgeoning damage. And Deflator.
There's my heal.
Yeah. Deflator, you are knocked prone and take 14. No, you would take. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
28.
No. I mean, there's a small one. Remember, Octavian, you take 7 bludgeoning. Deflator, you're knocked prone and take 14.
Okay. I was gonna be really scared if I took 28 points of damage.
No. And
Are you still up?
I'm still up.
Okay.
Octavian,
14.
I get my
fucking
attacks
nothing.
now.
yeah. You're pushed back 5 feet as well.
Ah! All right. Well, then I don't get my attacks because it didn't land next to me.
Oh wait, hey, it entered my melee range.
Oh yeah, it did. But you are
Hold
prone, so it
on.
means you make it with disadvantage, I think.
That's true. I do make it with disadvantage. I don't think I hit.
No.
Yeah, I just won't roll again.
That brings us to Ander, who is just sort of scrambling around the wall, not being overly useful. And now it is Deflator's turn, and you are prone.
I will get up
Yes.
and I will move closer to it.
You don't need to. What are you trying to do?
Bonus action attacks. 5 feet.
Oh, right. Well, I think that means Witch Bolt drops, because if you use your action to do anything else, the spell drops.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Forgot
Let me double check
about...
that. Whoops.
Correct.
If you use your action to do anything else, the spell ends if the target is ever outside the range or has total cover from you.
Yeah, and personally, I think we need to start getting out of here.
Actually, Leg, I apologize. I think we need a Constitution saving throw, don't we?
Oh,
yeah, I was
true.
gonna say I need a concentration check as well.
Okay. I believe it's.
Yeah, no,
All right, nope, never mind.
Is it 10?
The decision has been made.
Oh.
So the bonus action attack still has reach, doesn't it?
No, it's 5 feet.
because it's a bash. It does bludgeoning damage.
What does that matter?
Still
I'm,
start.
like it is a bash. That's like what the attack is supposed to be, I think. But in the book, it says 5 feet.
Amazing.
No, I mean just you can use the bonus action to make a melee attack with the opposite end of the weapon. The weapon's damage is a D4, and it deals bludgeoning damage. It doesn't mention a change in range.
Yeah, it does.
It says 5 feet on D&D Beyond.
Huh. Weird.
What's the decision we have to make? I mean, I understood it, but what are the two choices?
It is assuming that you are holding the weapon in a way that your blade end is further out from your hand than the butt end. Typically, when you're going and wielding a pole arm, the shaft close to the butt. So when you are swinging it to go and hit with the butt, you've got maybe 2 feet at most of distance between your hand and the butt of the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a much shorter range with the butt end than you are the blade end.
Yeah.
That is
It
why you
doesn't
don't get
mention that.
10-foot distance.
I guess. I mean, but I don't know. Just it doesn't actually say anything like that. So I guess that's a decision. If you want to say it would, but I mean, nowhere does it say that it has a shorter range in the book.
Yeah, it doesn't say that in the book. You're right. It on D&D Beyond it says 5 feet though, which is stupid, I guess. But
So, like flavor-wise, you're using a glaive, right?
yeah, it's a glaive.
Yeah, I'm gonna we can revisit this later, but I'm gonna go with Vorm just in terms of I mean, if you're holding it like from the middle and you're hitting blade butt, you can't do that from 10 feet away. It's not, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, honestly, I also agree,
Yeah.
but that's also probably the safe call
Mhm.
because it says 5 feet in D&D Beyond.
Yeah. I will.
I can.
Yeah, I will dig into it later though. But this, yeah, it's a.
Yeah, I'll dig more into it.
Yeah,
but
I'm just
for
thinking.
now, we'll say 5 feet is fair.
Okay, if you're cool with that, then that sounds good.
I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Okay.
God, I really love rolling 12s.
Damn. Well,
That's
there you
a nat
go.
20 though.
Oh, there you go.
The minimum damage on the main die.
So right, so as you slash out, it misses, but then you come back and deliver a very hard strike with the back of the glaive, right, and then you slice again with the blade.
So I'd say it's 2 slices and then a bash.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you slice once and it goes just a little bit wide, and then you come back on the backhand and you cut into this thing deep. So that's going to be 11 slashing.
Yeah.
And this thing is starting to look pretty bloodied, actually.
Ah, good. That's my cue.
All right, Octavian, come steal my kill.
Yeah, it's your cue to
That'll
attack you
happen.
for the first time.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to do some tactical shit, and then it's just like, oh, nope, you get pushed.
That actually brings us to Elise, who, kind of seeing what's happening, comes over and she's going to attempt not being able to get. She doesn't want to get close enough to get into melee range, so she is going to attempt Toll the Dead again.
Yeah, let's hope you don't cause a cave-in this time, babe. All right.
She says, "We must finish this."
Trying to.
Well, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. She is actually going to cast Magic Missile.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Guaranteed hits.
Yes.
I like it.
You gotta wait. I gotta click it 3 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it only does
3.
one.
Okay. I thought it would go 3 times.
Technically, it's one, according to Jeremy Crawford, one roll is for all the darts, but I don't know. I always like the idea of rolling each one individually.
It's always fun to roll more dice.
Yeah, that's why most people still do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what's the point of Fireball being 8d6 if you don't get to roll 8d6 at once?
Right. Yeah, so you see Elise make a motion, and she creates these 3 glowing points of force, and they just home right in on the boulette, striking it in 3 different points, and it sort of backs up a little bit, and it roars in anger, bringing us to Octavian.
All right. For flavor, can I just swap places with Deflator without her getting an attack of opportunity? Kind of like a.
As long as she stays within 5 feet of the bullet, it doesn't matter.
Well, see, because it's a little precarious over there. My whole deal is kind of like shield out front and kind of like shove her back, kind of thing, protect her.
I'll allow it.
I don't need protection.
All right. Well, doesn't matter. You go move your character behind where I was. Okay, and then I am going to bonus action, Fighting Spirit. You get 5 temp HP, and advantage on all my attacks.
I'm making it sense. If anyone's wondering, I'm making it sense in my head because it was hit with the magic missile, and I said that it was reeling kind of backwards from this attack. So I'm kind of thinking that in that moment, Octavian's able to get his shield in front of Deflator.
Yeah, and then just kind of elbow, kind of.
That's how I pictured it in my head. I like the flavor.
Also, a creature only gets opportunity attacks if a creature willingly moves. So if Octavian just grabbed Deflator and dragged her out of its reach, no opportunity attack would be provoked because the creature did not use its movement.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so we'll say I used 10 feet of my movement, kind of like how you move at half speed when carrying something.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so advantage attacks, first 2. 26.
Ooh, big hit.
13.
Okay.
Second, natural 20.
Oh.
So we're gonna follow the crits. Okay, so we have 8 plus 8 plus 8, so 16.
Okay. This thing looks like it's about to fall over.
All right, action surge. I'll fucking do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
23.
Big hit. How do you want to do
And-
this?
All right. So as I do that, I kind of go as it's reeling back and it's coming forward like for another bite. Shield up, slams its jaw closed, and I just stab 3 times into its soft underbelly.
Ooh.
And then kind of move it off the side and watch it fall into the abyss.
Yes, as you rip open its belly, you see its innards kind of spill out as off balance. You shove it into the abyss. As it's going to fall, it tries to with its last effort, it tries to claw onto the side of the bridge, but it's no use as it falls into the abyss.
And I look to everybody else, seeing that things are rumbling. It's just like, let's get the hell out of here.
Ander, who
Show
has
off.
yeah.
Hey, that's what fucking fighting spirit is for. Backs up against the wall. You've had enough of whatever's in front of you, and you just fucking kill it. Great.
Hold on 1 second. So as the rocks in the cave are becoming a little bit shaky, it looks like the cave might collapse, and the statue yells out, "Get me out of here!" And Anders says, "I will come back for you." And he looks and he says, "Should we jump?" Thinking that he's going to jump down here.
How far down is it?
Looks to be about 10 feet.
That's fine. It's like, let me go first. I'll jump, and then I'll be there to kind of help people down.
Would you do a roll for that, or no? There's no roll.
I mean, 10 feet, I think beyond 10 feet is when you'd start taking fall damage.
Yeah.
You take 1d6 for every 10 feet you fall.
Oh. Beyond 10?
For
no.
10 feet. If it is 10 feet, you take it's 1d6 damage.
All right, roll 1d6. And just
And
like,
not just jump and kind of like, the thing you do when you're a kid when you're running on something high.
oh, God. All right, so I only take 1 point on my actual health because I still have my
Good.
temp HP.
The stat. Oh,
It's gonna
sorry.
be sore in the morning.
Let's get rid of that. The statue is crying out, "Come back for me!" And Ander says, "Oh, we'll try." And Ander just kind of jumps and just kind of throws himself at you, Octavian.
Yeah, because with me being around like 6 feet, that makes it like only a 4-foot drop, so I can kind of like go and, use my shield as like a step basically
Sure.
for most people.
And he would get down and
I'll jump down.
yeah.
Okay.
Give me that damage.
3.
Lucky.
And Elise would run.
Deflator falls over. That's fine. You're not playing a wizard.
Elise would run over, and she would use your shield as a step and kind of just take just like a running leap and follow Ander out of the cave.
Go, go, go. And I'm just going to, once they're through, I'll go last. So once everybody's getting through, I'll go through.
Mm-hmm. I thought I had a map for the little encampment, but I
fine.
don't. So as you exit the cave, Elise kind of yells, "Keep going!" as you can hear some rocks sort of falling from behind you, and you've got to quickly kind of shimmy through that opening. As they emerge, you'd see that Elise's pants are quite kind of shredded up, from climbing through in the fall and everything, and she kind of like falls down on the ground. Ander sits on the ground, and he's kind of breathing heavily. As he kind of rolls onto the ground, his pouch opens up, and a single bean falls out, and it rolls down the hill.
Fuck.
It rolls down the hill, and it lands about 20 feet from you and sinks into the ground with a little crackle.
Oh, God.
He kind of looks on in horror, and he takes the rest of the beans, and he just hands them to you, Octavian.
Thank you.
Elise is just looking in horror as the bean crackles and sinks into it.
Move.
And she kind of pulls her sword out. And with that, you would see from the ground, tendrils are coming up from the ground. It looks as if it's branches like from a tree. And as it comes up, it thickens and thickens and thickens. And what was once an empty, small kind of area, there's now a large tree that's sprouted out. Its branches seeming to almost reach the sky. And after a moment, it crackles with arcane energy and fills with gorgeous ripe fruit. They're light blue. They're light blue pods that seem to shimmer with energy.
All right, hold on. I was so expecting this to be the tree end.
No, it appears to just be a simple tree with some lovely blue fruit.
I'm going to look at everybody and just say, "Don't touch it. Let's get out of here. Leave it alone."
With that, you actually would feel a tap on your shoulder, and it's Crook. And he says, "Oh, fancy that tree. I wonder what it is."
Nothing good. It's from a magic item. One that seemed to have spawned a subterranean, I don't know, armored lizard to attack us. Nothing good can come from this. Just leave it alone.
Crook looks a little bit horrified, and you see a small group of halflings who have heard the commotion coming up the hill towards the caves, towards the cave entrance. You see an older halfling walking up, kind of studying the tree. He has kind of like a staff and kind of like a long beard, and he's kind of looking. He says, yes, and he actually reaches up. He plucks one of the fruit out of the tree.
No, if he's walking up to it, I put my shield out and stop him from going there.
God, let the man live his life, bro.
No, I just saw this thing. It obviously, I mean, I don't know.
Octavian.
Yeah.
You don't need to live your life defending fucking everybody. You already served. Calm down.
That's not the point. Usually in nature, the bright, colorful things are the things that are poisonous. Leave it alone.
I like oranges.
Oranges are the exception.
Well, I mean, your cape is pretty bright.
I'm going to ignore that. I looked at everybody and just like, nothing good has come from this one's from holding up the bag from this thing. So no reason to believe that there is anything good from this. So, as I said, leave it be, and hopefully it will disappear.
Elise would say, Octavian, just let the idiot do his thing. We need to go. And the older halfling would say, yes, no, it's very, very valuable, this. And Ander, who's sitting on the ground, he stands up and he walks down. He says, what is it? What is it, Jobo? And Jobo, the elder halfling, would say, "It's just only a sapphire fruit. Delicacy, perfectly safe, unless..." And he kind of narrows his eyes and he points to Deflator and says, "You're not part kobold, are you?"
Not as far as I know.
And he lets out a laugh. He says, very valuable for potion making, quite tasty too. Seeing Elise kind of looking on, he walks over and he's going to touch her outfit while holding on to 2 lodestones. He speaks a word of power, and her pants are mended. He says, Ander Lingenhall, I have to say this could be the beginning of the Lingenhall orchard. You're going to be a very, very rich hin. And Ander stands up and he kind of holds onto his jacket lapels and he says, did you hear that? I'm going to be rich selling sapphire fruit.
Not without these beans, you're not.
Ander and Crook look at each other kind of slack-jawed, and he says, oh, I don't need the beans anymore. We're going to be rich. And they start kind of dancing together round and around, hollering, Yahoo! Elise says, Octavian, do you think, I could take 1 back for my sister to study it if they say it's so valuable for potion making, or should I let it be?
I guess. Just don't eat it.
She said you would look up and see a couple of the halflings going to bite into them.
Let them figure out what happens.
So yeah, she would take 1 and she places it kind of delicately in her pack, and she'd say, Father will know what, and she kind of stops and she says, of course, I've forgotten we have something much more important to be doing, don't we?
Well, either way. We prevented somebody from succumbing to their own stupidity. I don't know. Nothing good can come with the bag of beans. Like just me putting it in my pack. Just like nothing good is going to come from this. I will find a way to dispose of this.
Can I get perception rolls from Deflator and Octavian?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
24.
Wow.
16.
You both would actually hear from inside the cave, kind of beyond the rubble. You hear a muffled yell. Don't forget about me! Get me out of here! And Ander says, well, I've got to go back in for him. He's just so terribly handsome. We'll place him under the tree.
Assuming he's still in one piece. Well, I'm walking off. I'm removing myself from the situation.
Elise says, yes, I believe we should get back and meet the others. She would say to Ander and Crook on the way out, you should heed his advice. Be very careful with these. I see your people eating. Let's get out of here. And she just sighs.
Yeah.
She says, I'll tell your brother Falmo where to find you, and you can all just stay here and play with your magic fruit for all I care.
Yeah.
So you would leave and head back, I assume, towards the... you're heading back to the alchemist shop, or are you heading to the docks?
Probably the shop. It's pretty late at this point.
Yes, it's probably by this point it's probably for you folks reaching probably close to 11.
Yeah. Let's just go home or go back to your place and just have a fresh new day. This has been quite an eventful first day in Provos.
Yes, and the 3 of you would be able to make your way. It's a long journey, but you would be able to make your way. It's probably about 1.5 miles back to the market district without issue. You know, getting to be this late, you would see some unsavory types out, but they certainly wouldn't bother the 3 of you.
Yeah, no, especially because I still have some boulette blood on me.
Yeah, exactly. And
Get shit up later.
Varn, would you have ridden Tufa back to the alchemist shop, or do you have your own agenda?
Nope. Vaughn would be going back to Sam.
Okay, great.
Sorry, I was talking myself there.
Oh,
No, Varn would have gone back to Sam.
Okay, so yeah, you would probably have time to get there and back. I mean, depending on how long you stay, around the time that they arrive. Arriving back at Stab Salvage, where you were before, you would see that it's closed. There doesn't seem to be anybody there at the moment. You would see a couple of goblins out front with a fire, just kind of sipping on grog, kind of watching the harbor.
Vaughn would ride up to them and would kind of clear his throat, trying to get their attention.
Oh, yes, sorry about that.
It's fine. It's just
I know. I totally get it.
I really wish that they would make it so that the turn order is a per page.
That would make a lot of sense, actually.
Mm.
I'm trying to think of like the rare example where like a battle goes like to another map on like a chase, but it doesn't seem like it'd come up often.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've seen people do like multi-position combat, but they just have two maps side by side on the same page.
They would say, "You there? We saw you before. Stab not here.
Where's Stab go?
Stab go home. He'll be back in the morning."
Vaughn have a message from Cheese Man. Where's Stab live?
They would say, "I can't tell you that. If we tell you Stab's house, he stab us. Get it?" And they kind of elbow one of them elbows the other one. They start cracking up laughing.
Vaughn unlimbers his crossbow and so, tell Stab, or Vaughn shoot you.
Oh boy, here we go. Can't wait to see Vorm's new character.
I
As
want to know what this
It
goblin
turns out
will
Stab was just Vorm all along.
yeah, I know. It's like a Kaiser Soze reveal.
Yeah.
And he starts talking so clearly. He says, "You give message. We'll take it to Stab. Put crossbow away."
Well, Vaughn shakes his head and sits down in front of the building.
One of the goblins kind of whispers to the other in Goblin. Do you want to roll perception?
Sure.
What?
Yeah, rolling now.
Oh, okay, cool. You can't quite make out everything, but you would hear a little bit in Goblin, that says, "Go get boss." So one of them kind of nods, and he kind of starts to walk away, kind of eyeing you, and he says, "Me get Stab. Wait here."
Should have done that when I first asked, dumbass.
About 10 minutes later, Stab and about 8 goblins come up. They all seem armed. And Stab says, "Varn, you back? Thought we were friends. Why threaten me?"
Varn not threatening nobody.
Then put...
Varn have message from Cheese Man.
He says, "Put crossbow away, give message."
Varn unlimbers the crossbow and so, Cheese Man looking to talk with you.
Stab says, "I don't want to talk to the cheese man."
He's looking to go and work with you.
He, and then he would say a very, very impolite goblin swear.
Varn shrugs and says, "Yeah, but he's looking to work with you. If you work with him, you may be able to control more of the secret."
Stab would come up close to you and kind of look you in the eye, and his kind of crew keeps a respectful distance behind him, and he says, He says, "You friends with Cheese Man?"
Varn have in with him if need be. You
Stab,
seem like Varn.
Stab kind of nods and he says, "You keep being friends with Cheese Man. I'll think about what to do next."
Varn just kind of shrugs and goes and says, "If that's what you want."
He says, "Tell Cheese Man, if you see him again, tell him Stab talk." And he kind of gives a look to the guy that you first talked to, who's kind of still sitting over by the entrance. He says, "We'll set up a meeting. It's a good idea, Varn."
Of course, Varn come up with it.
And Stab would say to you, "Listen, Stab like Varn, but you come here again, point crossbow at my men. Not good for Varn."
Varn shrugs and says, "Then you make them listen when people go and say they have messages for you, especially important ones."
He says, "But when Stab's sleeping, are you guys enjoying the goblin portion of the evening, by the way?"
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. While Stab's sleeping, is not good. Wake up, Stab.
So if building behind me is burning, you wouldn't want to be woke up? I think that's important too. I would wake you for that. These idiots wouldn't go and let me tell me where you was, so Varn have to do dumb shit. Varn time wasted, your time wasted, your Stab time wasted. He just kind of shrugs.
Stab would say, "Varn's starting to make Stab look like idiot."
Varn goes and he shrugs and goes and says, "Gotta teach your guys better.
Wait, what does he say?
You gotta teach your guys better."
He says, "I'll think about that. I'll tell you about when we meet Cheese Man. You just, hold on one second.
Varn gets up and kind of just walks toward them, pats him on the shoulder, and goes and tells him, "No worries, Varn, just trying to help. Varn, go now."
He says, "I'll let you know when we want to meet with the Cheese Man. You tell him, Varn. You tell him that Stab talk. But before you go, you just say sorry to Weirk here. You point crossbow at him, not make him happy." And he kind of pushes the goblin forward a little bit and kind of shrugs.
"If you think our minions, you be smart." He shrugs and goes and says, "Varn, sorry, but be smart. Don't be dumb."
No dumb. Dumb bad.
See, I don't know enough about goblin culture to know if he's gonna let you live. I mean, is this in goblin culture? Is this normal, or is this very condescending?
Goblin culture is whatever you want it to be in your world.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Goblins are, given the fact that Varn is fairly heavily armed, they would realize that he's someone to listen.
You literally everything he said.
It's a strength of arms. If you have the better armament, you are someone that needs to be listened to.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Hold on. A higher number is better for Varn. Oh, okay. Okay.
It's the best number.
Okay. I said, let the dice decide. Stab says, me like Varn, you very funny. Now, get out of here before Stab kill you.
Bart kind of gives him a bit of a okay, whatever you say, and he just kind of rolls his eyes and walks.
Ellis,
Yeah.
whenever you're playing a goblin, you should replace every single usage of the word "you" with the name of the person.
Yeah. Before.
Yeah, Varn
No.
or goblins are typically they don't speak in the present or in first person, so their name is usually replaced with their name. Or their
I didn't even
I
mean it
was
that way. I
replaced
just
with their
think it's
name.
funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't
And
think
also,
first and second person.
it makes them sound dumber.
Goblins don't know what pronouns are.
Goblins, I don't think give a shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm being a shit.
Goblins this to goblins that is pretty general. I mean, a goblin that's raised up in the tribes in the mountains is going to be very different than a goblin raised inside of a city.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, this is like a
But I imagine there are some things that you just that are instinctual. I imagine.
Is Varn a mountain goblin?
Varn is a mixture, actually. He was born and
he's
raised in the mountains,
reformed
but
goblin.
he was born and raised in
How
the
do you
mountains. but
reform a
has been
goblin? They're beasts.
Monstrosities.
Oh, excuse me.
Varn actually, in the first session, you might remember he showed up with a whole pocket full of goblin ears. So I don't think he has a particular love for some of his his more feral kinsmen.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah. Great. So Stab bids you a good evening in Goblin, according to the custom of your people. And you hear some of them kind of talking and things, and they're kind of joking around. And Stab says, "Me go fuck back bed." He starts walking back towards his house.
Oh wow, they're considered humanoids.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, because
I take-
goblinoid isn't a monster tag.
A
Yeah.
wraith. It's a wraith,
Yeah.
but it's not a.
Vorm, I am sorry for calling goblins beasts.
Should be.
They're clearly categorized as
That-
humanoids. My
They're
mistake.
clearly human. They're clearly humanoids. I'm sorry for being racially insensitive.
Says the walking chicken wing.
Should be.
That's the fourth chicken joke tonight.
Might be a record.
We had about 6 the other day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did.
Maybe 2 sessions back.
Yeah, there were a lot of bird jokes.
Yeah. Great. So, where does Varn go now?
Varn kind of just goes and wanders, I think.
All right. Go sleep under a bridge.
He's not a troll.
I can't
He's
stand
not a troll. No,
Okay.
Varn is still very much upset with the rest of the party and is not willing to go back at this point.
Okay.
To be fair, we miss you.
Varn,
No matter what,
come home.
no matter what Varn thinks, there is always a hole in our heart when Varn's not around.
Yes. And whenever Deflator's not around, I just have a side of potatoes and biscuits and nothing to go with it.
Damn it!
That's 5.
Oh, at least I can't believe you're still up. It's almost 1.
Oh fuck.
Oh, all right. Great. So as Varn goes on walkabout, Ren, you would hear a knock at the door. Elise at this point has nodded off in a chair, reading a book. Octavian, you have come with Deflator to the front door of the house.
Mm-hmm.
I see the door probably just opens and Elise just lets herself in.
Oh, fuck, I forgot. Yeah, yes, Elise would let you in. And she would say, she would walk in and say, "Hey," and then she sees her kind of slumped over in a chair, sort of in the front area, sort of near the door, and she kind of goes up to her and just kind of places a kiss on her head, and she sort of whispers something and says, "Come to bed. You're too tired." And they're kind of whispering. Meanwhile, Ren, you would hear this, and you would see Octavian and Deflator coming in.
Let's see, Ren kind of like had a chair like leaning up against the wall, and he's just like staying awake but resting his eyes. Just kind of like peek an eye open when he hears them come in. And when they get here, he'll sit forward and stand up and kind of acknowledge that they're there. And you two see that he has a short sword in his belt now that he didn't have before.
Get some upgrades, did you?
Something I found along the way.
Oh, I got bit by a rock lizard.
Now, Octavian, what did we talk about going out on our own?
Yes, well, that is certainly a conversation that we will have in the morning when all this blood is cleaned off of me.
Well, we should probably talk about the morning before it gets here. I think we have quite a few things to do.
Right. First things first, I think we need to talk to the captain of the Mythaqua. If we can... God, it's really fucking raining hard out here. I can barely hear myself. Holy shit. Okay. Well, we should talk with the captain of the Mythaqua. We at least need to understand where he stands, he or she stands, and figure out what they can do for us. If possible, maybe they could be a source of transportation over to this Aelsarin. At least get us close, and maybe we can take one of their smaller boats to the shore.
Let's say if he's not available, he can probably show us to point us in the direction of a captain who can.
Right.
And if there's no captain that will, we'll make a captain.
Right. Or we'll just get some horses and go as fast as we can.
I don't know if that'll be enough. I've been looking over this map that was left behind. It looks like it's 3 days by foot, maybe 3.5, and 1 day by boat. So if we get to go by boat, then we're guaranteed to beat him there, practically.
But he's already got at least a day on us, though. So at the very least, we might be able to get there around the same time, potentially. Regardless, tomorrow we need to leave by tomorrow. I think that is the cutoff.
Absolutely, but I think we have a few things to take care of in the morning. I have one errand to run, but that's on the way to the dock, so that's no problem. But there is some other business, and he's going to take out the white sending stone. And I have been in contact with our unknown ally, who is now known.
And who are they?
Are Elise and Alice in the room?
Alice?
Elise would have sort of guided Alice up to bed, and she's helping her get settled down.
I imagine we're in like the potion shop area.
Yep.
Like the lobby.
No, we're in the living area. We waited in the living area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Say, a nice elf that we left in Arvis in the company of a couple guards on our way out of town.
Really? It's her?
Quite surprising.
Wish we had known that before we left that godforsaken place.
Well,
is she all right? Are they imprisoning her, or is she?
She seems fine. She did want us to deliver a message, if possible, to Belate. apparently they're acquaintances as well, but I don't know how we're gonna find them.
Didn't when I talked to the Moon Elf lady, didn't she say she was a follower of Ix?
She she preached. Not she didn't preach, but she what's the word?
Supported them?
Like advised is a word I'm looking for.
Okay.
She it's right on the tip of my tongue. Whatever. She advised
Ah,
learning from all three of the mystics. Actually, that there was
okay.
wisdom from each of them. That
okay.
Ix is one part of a like a larger whole, kind of.
Gotcha. It's not surprising that she would be in contact with Belate. She holds a similar belief set, but believes that if you only follow the teachings of one of the mystics, Ix being one of them, that you're not getting the full picture. I know not much of any of that stuff, but it's starting to make sense. And if and I pull out Cedric's package, the I can hear you smiling, Cobra.
Oh,
It was mostly a joke, but anyways, I pulled that out with the medallion, and it was just the same one that Ren has. It goes, and this is a symbol of the elves. It's all starting. It's starting to make a bit more sense.
oh. I was saying if we just happen to run into the Children of Ix again, we can let them know. But
Right. Well, they are. Can you go back to the city map?
Oh, sure,
Ellis?
sure. Yep,
So I can see where they are.
of course. Yeah, and earlier Felix would have mentioned to you where their camp was located.
Yeah, 22. Oh, okay, yeah. So they're right out. Oh, yeah, they're real close, right over here. Yeah, so we can
right now
literally
they're
goes. Okay, well, I'll tell him. Well, if we're going to see them, they're actually not that far. They're just on the outside of the walls on the outer end of Port's End.
Oh, well, that's convenient. That checks one thing off of the list. But speaking of, I did ask, what was the ambassador's name?
Silaquin.
I did ask Selaquin if she knows anything about. What's Ed Sheeran's tower name properly?
Ailsarin?
Yes. I did ask her if she knew anything about El Saren. And she did have a reply that I'm going to look up.
And then would you meta tell them, Cobra, what your out of character reply to that message was?
Okay.
I really liked it.
When I asked her about it, she said this place holds great danger but also great power. But it needs to be restored. She said, you must clear the sky. And I was like, man, what the fuck does that mean?
Yes, indeed. What does that mean? I know some of my other kin, Asimar, have the capability of flight, but I am not one of them.
So those
I'm
are
sure-
those are the important bits. Also, I didn't know while you were here if you wanted to look for your that candle fellow.
Right, I forgot. He might be here as well. If I know him, he's probably somewhere in a dark corner in one of the taverns.
Yes, the queen suggested he would be here. So I don't know if that's. I don't know who he is or what he looks like or anything like that. So it's up to you if you want to look for him.
If it's on the way, we can check some of the taverns. I imagine he might be there.
And, evidently, the goblin went to see the cheese right without us. And, I don't care for local politics. It was odd. They came. He said that we were lost, and then a couple of the cheese rights thugs came and burst their way into the shop, and I don't know. It was more confusing than anything else.
Anything involving the barn usually is, but
luckily I didn't have to kill them. They just went on their way. But I don't know. I said that we might go see him in the morning or something like that. I'll leave that up to you. I don't give a fuck.
I do not know much about this cheese, right? No matter how much time I am in this city, but if he is a powerful, if he has power in this city, then he might be a useful ally. I had a long and interesting chat with Felix, the appointed leader of the Vanador refugee camp. He was a former proconsul of Albia, a city to the east, to the western side of Vanador. Good man. I respect him a lot. Um, he asked about the things that we were getting up to along the road. Apparently, word travels fast. No word of the heist we pulled off, but which is good. But people know that we're out there. They probably know, and they probably know we're here. But Provost is surprisingly resistant to the vigilance advances that I have heard. But Felix did say that if should action be necessary against the abbot and Canon Hold, that he would throw the soldiers that are there in the camp. They would lend their shields to us. I think they're starting to work towards some kind of, I don't know, liberation ability front or resistance. I don't know what you would want to call it, but if I have them on our side, Vanadori Legionnaires would be a good first step.
But the monks of the even hand. I mean, it's only 6 of them, but they'll kick some ass,
Right.
and they can.
I would take 6 good men worth 10 average fighters over 60 average fighters.
Math's hard.
Yeah.
Octavius had a long day.
Yeah, I have had a long day. As I'm like kind of taking my chest plate off and cleaning it.
Yeah. At this point, you would see Elise come back downstairs, and she would say, Alis is resting. She said that she kept some supper warm in the kitchen. So, like, on the first floor, there's like a dining area, and there's a kitchen off, like, the shop. So she would say if anyone's hungry, and she would kind of go to sit down at the dining room table.
I appreciate it.
You do well to have some. It's better than roadside goblin stew.
True enough, though there is a certain charm to it. But yeah, I'll partake in that once my chest plate is clean of blood, or as clean as I can get it.
That's all that I had to bring up this evening, as far as I can see that we need to do. Candle is up to you. I don't care about the cheese, right? So I mean, I have my one item to pick up. I have then I would like to speak to Belite, give her a warning, the warning that Siliquin wanted us to give, and then go to the Mythaqua. That's my plan for the day.
Mm-hmm. I think you should be able to handle all of that. I was not part of this conversation with Siliquin, so you would be the best to deliver the message. Talking to the cheese rights, I can handle that. I think that is a worthwhile cause, especially with Felix's shared concerns over the hold. So I think it would be useful to talk to him and get his opinion on it. And on my way to the Mythaqua, I can see if I can find Candle. Maybe he has the rest of my money. And then we can talk to the Mythaqua.
I think that might be a plan. Tell you what, you have some eating and cleaning of your armor to do, so I'm going to go to bed now. I'll get up at the crack of dawn, make my way. You can point me in the right direction of that camp of the Children of the X. I will deliver the message, meet you back here. We'll go see the cheese rights, and then I can pick up my item on the way to Mythaqua.
Sounds like a plan. That way we can all stick together for the most part.
Yes, Octavia, you got to stop running off on your own. It's getting ridiculous.
Well, at least this time... You know what? Never mind. You're right. We need to stick together more. And that will definitely be a conversation to be had once we regroup, if and when we regroup with Varn. I certainly hope he's not face down in a ditch somewhere.
If he's face down in a ditch, Vaughn probably did that willingly.
We love you, Vorm. Varn's just really fun.
So, Ren,
Nothing. Just making jokes
I
at
feel
Varn's
like
expense.
I feel like I'm allowed to make a joke at Varn's expense. Actually, no, Varn did not make a single joke about chicken tonight.
That's fair.
Varn wouldn't make jokes about chicken. He would make
Varn just eats
jokes
them.
about eating humans, but that's
Oh.
about it.
Significantly darker.
Do I need to start making long pig references?
Oh
I will
God.
happily start doing that.
All right. Well, I think that is.
yeah, so
That's all.
Ren's gonna go to bed now.
Yeah, I'm gonna scarf the food down and just go to bed.
Am I? At this point, Elise would actually pop her head out of the kitchen and say, "It looks like my sister made some lovely Cornish game." And then she kind of stops and she says, "We have cheese sandwiches." And
Oh my God, Dallas, you mad lad.
Ken is fine. I happen to be related to ravens.
I'm just going for a record tonight, and then I'll drop it.
She made rabbit stew.
Oh, Elise hates cheesy jokes. She's so annoyed.
Like I'm sorry, you come to the wrong place.
Yeah.
Yeah. You in the wrong neighborhood.
I mean, we have a dad and 4 idiots here. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah. Collectively, we got about 1.25 brains. 1.25 brains.
It's actually pretty damn good.
Between five people? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, that means we're smarter than one person. If all of us went on Jeopardy, we could win.
Yeah, but we all have to like fit into like one of those giant like Roblox suits from that one Kanye video.
I mean, I think we could do that. I'm 5'7". Vorm is 5'7". Vorm would need to lose a little weight, though.
Probably, yeah.
It's okay, Jake. You're pretty skinny. You can squeeze
Hey,
you can like snake in between people.
I have dropped some weight, actually.
I'm kind of
Down to
surprised that...
185.
Damn, that's nice. I'm surprised you've dropped weight over quarantine, because I've gained weight.
No,
To be fair, I kinda need it.
Going and working in the warehouse, kinda...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I forgot that you work in a warehouse now.
I no longer do, actually. I fucking said fuck that and got an actual job for, I think it's the state, actually.
Ooh. Government job's
Yeah.
always good.
Well, I don't know that it's I don't
mean,
know that it's government. I think it's like contracted.
Yeah, government adjacent.
I don't-
Yeah,
I don't see the state, so the state's not real.
pretty much. Yeah. I mean, even if I did see the state, I'd say that's a bunch of bullshit. That's not a state. Oh.
This does seem like a good stopping point. I think
Yes,
we agree.
definitely.
We'll stop. I'm just going to stop the stream. Everybody, thank you for coming. We'll be back next Friday at 9. I think I'm probably just talking to you, Elise. Thanks for hanging out. It was really cool of you to stay late. I hope we did your characters proud. And I didn't forget. She actually sent a little like a voice message. I forgot to play it on the stream. I'm just going to drop it in OOC so you guys can hear it. It was just a message for the group. I'll drop that in. And we'll see you next week.
That you suck.
Hey now.
You an all-star? Get your game on.
Oh
Let's
God.
go.
I mean, it's what we would deserve.
Hey, that's a very common joke here. All right, leave
Yeah,
me
no,
alone.
that's fair.
Yeah, fuck you, Alice. Eat this chicken ass.
And the years start coming and they don't stop 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 coming and they don't stop.
It's like it's one of the best videos out there.
I actually watched it the other day just for no reason. I'm just like, I want to see that.